All right, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第346天 ，it is day 346. Oh, hey, welcome back, drama. How was your walk outside? Okay. It's the emo. All right, definitely burning the midnight oil here. Voice is a little bit harsh, so we're gonna try to be a little bit more liberal for today's thing. Not too worried about the HanziHero side of things. I wanted to check something first. That face. What you call it? Danny. What's Hanzi translated? Hanzi is kanji translated. I know that's probably not what yours is. Hanzi and kanji are the same. That's a good question. Pretty sure. Let's make sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hanzi and kanji are the same characters. I can write them out. I can just type it and then see if it's the same. Is that kanji? That kind of looks like kanji. Yeah, so Hanzi is kanji. Kind of. I think there's a little bit of a change, right? Maybe. Hold up. Yeah, they're the same. It's fine. No, it's the same. Okay. I thought there might have been a slight change. There might occasionally there's like one or two strokes that are slightly angled differently, so I'm often not exactly confident about it. Oh yeah. Oh, Hanzi. So Hanzi Yingxiong. Hanzi Yingxiong is also written the same way too, as in both Japanese and Chinese. Yingxiong is UN. Yeah, UN. Maybe you seen a different font. Yeah, it's probably a different font. That's probably how that works. All right, we have 4 things to go over quickly before 4 o'clock rolls around. If 4 o'clock rolls around, then what you call it? These things reset, so we have to start our lesson. We have to start our review in an hour, or else they're gonna reset. I know. First world problems. So we had Wei yesterday. I dropped Wei, which is tail. It's fine. And then Rong. Got the silk, right? The silk. The cross stitch is where I lost it. This cross stitch. Okay. Rong, which is down. The feather down. And Xiang. Xiang, I lost it at the sheep, actually. Yeah. Oh no, it's a suit, actually. Or not the knot suit. Auspicious. And then Ba is rough. Oh, we got Lisa Simpson to the rescue, I guess. Trumpet. What's my time zone? EST. So it resets at 4 a.m. my time. 4 a.m. EST. Alright, so do this. You've seen fonts where you can't read anything? Yeah, I can't. There are some wild fonts. I'm like, I've been watching Kingdom. I don't know if you're interested in watching Kingdom, but I've been watching. I'm on the season 3 of Kingdom. That's when like the show kind of really super turns around. The first two is rough, but you can kind of see it going up. And whenever I have to read fonts, flags. If you ever read like banner flags from like Chinese war things, any depiction of banners, oh, they are so hard. Yeah, I'm 6 hours behind. Yeah, it should be 6 hours behind after daylight savings time with Germany. Yes.
汹涌
汹涌. Surging. That's like 汹 for turbulent and gushing. Turbulent, gushing. All right. We gotta... As long as I can start my reviews, it's all good. Handwritten is rough. Yeah, handwritten is rough. Flags are really rough too. If you ever want to see like, I'm not sure how common it is. I think it's pretty common in shogunate periods and stuff, like the warring periods in Japanese, but in the Chinese as well, most of their flags have a stylization of the name, their names. So like the Qing dynasty, the Chu dynasty, and like Mei and Ming and all of them, they're like wildly difficult to read. Yeah, flags are, yeah, roughly handwritten because it's like calligraphic, you know. I don't know if that's a word, but you know, it's the calligraphy, the thick brush stroke kind of situation. Like, is that tail, like, is there an extra stroke there, or is that just your natural brush stroke? They get a little loosey-goosey. So still not that great. It took me a while. Like, I was staring at that flag and I'm like, I know that character. But I don't know that character. Like, do I know this character? Kingdoms is a really wonderful show, by the way. Its animation is really rough, of course. It was a very old show and it had like low budgets. But then it hit season 3 and it got picked up even further, and now it's like one of the longest running fun ones. You saw a super funny YouTube short? You gotta share with... Okay, yeah, DM me it. I'll have to look at it.
汹涌
Let's get our lessons first. 抄袭 抄 copy, and then 习 copy, and then drag it, raid, copy and raid. Interesting. So if you're wondering,
抄袭
I don't know if you do blind, like not literally blind, but like selective. If you're ever used to this way of selectively looking, so I do selective looking, and one thing is like when you see this, a lot of times people would say, "Oh, I need to get rid of the subtitles so that I can focus on something," right? And then, "Oh, but I can't have nomaji," like I'm using the Japanese counterpart. They have to be literally not there. But over my life, I've spent a lot of time looking at things like selectively, like under the microscope or various like diagrams and stuff. So nowadays, if I'm sitting here, right? So I'm saying to myself like, 抄袭, and then you're hearing me say, "Oh, it's copy." And okay, this raid. Even though it's on my screen, I'm not actually looking at those things. Like, I'm not looking at these things. I'm actually specifically only looking at the characters. So despite the things being on screen, I'm actually doing recall on the spot. And that's how I read subtitles and stuff too. A lot of times people would say like, "Oh yeah, but if the subtitle's there, I would be tempted to look at the subtitles if I'm trying to focus on the image." A lot of times, even if the subtitle is there, I can choose to focus on the image and not look down, right? It's usually the idea of discipline. And oftentimes this is the difference between like people who constitutively look at the whole picture, which is hyperstimulated folks on screen, or can you narrow it down and selectively look at something? And I'm telling you, most people can do this, despite maybe to limited extents or limited duration, but you can do this. The problem is when you're specifically doing one task far more, it's very difficult to get into a groove of doing that. So one of the things that I've had practiced is selective vision. That took a really long time to not look at like the bigger picture. Like there was a time when I played video games and I deliberately play at lower resolution. Like what I mean is more like higher resolution but like lower box, so I can see like the entire edge of the box, so I know that I can see everything, versus I can look at a very specific thing and only hone in on that. And then there's also selective hearing. I'm really bad at selective hearing. You might be thinking, what's the point of that? Why is it good to selective hearing? When you have to focus in a noisy environment, like in a cafe or something, I can't do that very well. I still learn to try to do it as an experiment, and this is very similar. So when I'm studying on here, there's one thing that I haven't been describing to people. I figure it's intuitive that people would pick it up. Usually it's not, so I'm gonna say it again, where lots of times when people saw me play video games, they're like, the answer's right there. It's like on your screen. You should read the rest of the screen. And I'm like, that's not the same thing. I'm trying to engage in it. So sometimes I could be like doing something and the answer is right after. But the idea is I'm trying to do active recall and I'm looking for connections well before I actually read the answers and the explainer. And that happens on YouTube videos, on things I try to think of more things while I'm simultaneously being fed information. So the idea is I'm practicing how to have ongoing conversations, ongoing connections, because in reality, all of this stuff, the one that I'm selectively focusing on is the one that I want to learn the most. So even despite this being on here, if you're wondering why, like if there's a difference between me and the next person, is that sometimes you can effectively not pay attention to something. So you can focus on something. That's another way to say it. But generally speaking, most people would say, oh, I can't help it but look at this if it's on the screen. And I'm like, but I can effectively ignore this while focusing on the thing I must study in great detail. So whenever one of the big like hot takes that people told me is like, oh dude, you can't have romaji on your screen because then you'll rely on reading it, right? To read this. Or, oh no, you can't use furigana, right? Furigana, that's a discipline. To me, if I have to be very respectful, that's a discipline problem. Not necessarily a human problem. Some people might argue, well, I have attention deficit disorder, or I have ADHD, or some sort of spectral thing that I can't help it. Okay, then I'll give you a pass. I will say you should block this out if it's a problem, because you're working too hard. There's too much sensory things. The reason why I'm saying this is because how do I not get overwhelmed? Like, I get overwhelmed a lot. Like, I get sensory overload. Video games, sometimes, like, certain video games have such a wild color palette or so many things going on, it's incredibly overwhelming. So, the reason why I am sharing this is how I manage sensory overload. So even if I go into a party, like, I still need to speak to a lot of people, right? But what if the party's like 50 people, flashing lights everywhere, it's at a nightclub? I would get overwhelmed. So over time, I have worked on my selective hearing and like trying to find a focal point so then I don't panic and like lose myself in everything. It still happens from time to time. Like, I get lost in like a football game or baseball game. I get like it's so hard to pay attention to any one thing. So this does happen. When you're on your screen, like when you're in your comfort of your place and you're looking at a screen, you can do a lot of things. Actually, one of the things that I have done before is you can drag a physical object on your screen, literally, and have it just move to different places and see if you're able to like see the difference between the two. So that's kind of one of those things that, and you might be thinking, well, of course I can't do it. It's like, yes, you can, because you were able to read Nomaji and not pay attention to this, right? The reverse is still true. So the very reason that someone says, oh, I can't not look at all the screen, that's a lie. Because the example that you said is, oh yeah, I can't leave Nomaji on the screen or else I won't learn any of the kanji. It's like, yes, because you don't look at this, you actually look at that. So that is still selective vision. So the very nature of the person saying they can't focus on one thing while seeing two things available on the screen is also counter-arguing why they can't learn one thing over the other thing. Because you're literally selectively reading Nomaji. You're literally reading Nomaji or pinging over the character. So that isn't a selective vision problem. It's an attention problem. And that, in my opinion, is why if you try to do this, you can do it if you want. I'm not saying you have to. Like it's quote unquote a waste of time for other people. If you think you have ADHD or like some sort of attention thing that really distracting, that's what I practice. Like I don't think I have ADHD, for the record, and whatnot. Maybe I'm slightly high functioning in certain ways, but this is how I managed my life. So this is like a extra skill that I use where I practice every day, and it's very exhausting to like try to ignore this, but it helps me in my lifestyle choices. When I go to a baseball game, I can try to focus on just, yeah, it's super difficult. And the nice thing about it is though, it comes with benefits. Like if you have problems like being distracted by a lot of things, easing into this is like a no-brainer in my opinion. It's like a fun test, like not to make your eyes wander to something else. It's really hard, but it does have applications, and that's one of the ways. My selective hearing used to be really terrible. Like someone tapping a pencil. I shared this in my high school situation. One of the reasons why I do poorly, like I'm not making an excuse, one of the reasons, like I don't feel bad about it because that's what I came to realize, is that when there's a ticking sound, like someone sneezing or tapping their pencil next to me or around me in the exam, I do worse. Like when I was younger, I literally just do worse when there are more sounds around me. And it didn't keep me from getting A's and stuff. So it wasn't enough to like affect my upper limit performance. So like I still got all the points. That doesn't mean that I didn't perform worse. I felt worse. I got the same grade, but the process of doing the exam was a lot harder. So like English, one of my English classes was so much harder than one of my math classes because my English class was a much noisier environment. Like when everyone needs to be quiet for an exam, the smallest changes in sound like throws me for a loop. Like I still remember in graduate school, like I could not complete the exam because I needed to work on other things. Like it's not just sound, like I was at my limit. So like that's what I mean by this. So you can train yourself to some extent, but it is really hard. I do agree. And think about it this way. Look at how big this text is. Now think about your computer screen. When you're watching a scene, right? The scene is like this big. And the subtitles are this big. And even then, if you add romaji to the top, or furigana, you are still able to focus specifically on the furigana as opposed to the subtitles, as opposed to this big gigantic screen. So to me, that is demonstrating that you can still do all these things. The question is, how do you get yourself to want to look at this over this or over this? And that to me is what I'm working on when it comes to language learning. Because if you have this type of information, the idea is you can still systematically go through all of it and recalling it back and forth while they're all on your screen. It condenses the number of like screen flashing and all that stuff, but it's a great exercise. I've done this for some time now. It's to help scrutinize things. Like when I'm looking at cells and like organelles in the cells, it's so difficult for me to like have my mind not wander somewhere else. And you're not allowed, like it's not easy to separate cells and look at cells. So over my scientific career, I suppose, if you call it that, there were many times where I needed to understand how I can get myself to focus. There are other ways to do that. Now, you can take a picture of the cells, and then you can digitally just focus on one cell at a time. I've done that over my lifetime before. You can digitally take an image, and then you can look at one cell at a time by literally blocking out and cutting out the rest. That is a way to help you focus, right? Let me see. Hold up.
Menu どうぞ。はい。
Hold up. Let me let me see.
ありがとうございます。日本語のメニュー大丈夫です。かしこまりました。はい、日本語のメニューです。ありがとうございます。日本語上手ですね。本当。
That's pretty funny. I had that moment. I told someone before I had that moment in have you watched since we talk about sci-fi, have you watched 3 Body Problem? Oh, I don't mean the 3 Body Problem, I'm not sure. But the 3 Body Problem it was recently like adapted into English, but there's a Mandarin version. There's a Chinese version, right? And that was the original actually. Like the Chinese version came before the Netflix's 3 Body Problem. And in that Chinese version, it was a scene where you spent a lot of time looking at person handwriting a letter, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, I should be able to. I read like 2% of it. I even paused the screen. I'm like, I have no idea what that is. and this was when I was already like at 1,000. I'm like, there's got to be an I in there somewhere, right? Where's like, I'm looking for basic sentence structures. Like, my name is like, how are you? Like, I even look at the bottom and it's like, where's the like sincerely yours or I love you or something? And it was really hard. 2% is a bit of an exaggeration. Maybe like 20%. I would give myself at least 20%. But it was so difficult just to pick up the normal sentence structure stuff like duh, like 喜欢, like just normal. They look like blobs, and it was high resolution too. Like they really put the camera right into the letter because it was very important what was written on that letter. Like the letter was giving you things. It's kind of like when you're watching a murder mystery or something, and you know they put the letter in the front, and there's like clues in it, and you're supposed to be able to read it. and I'm like, I can't even read the common pronouns. Like I don't even know where the sentence starts. And that short, when he like opens it up and it just blinds you, like that does, I do feel very empathetic with that. I immediately like, I know all, like, however, once you breathe and you like slowly figure it out, you kind of get used to it. But then that's just one person's handwriting, so your mileage may vary. I mean, to this day, I still have problems reading people's English. So, I mean, we should try to be understanding here. Like I've read lots of stuff, and honestly, like, English still blows me away today. So most of the time I ask the person to read it to me. Like, what I mean is, if I don't understand, like if I can't make out something, I would have the person read it to me. In the comment section, a lot of the Japanese say they often can't read handwritten menu. Oh, I imagine the day when all of the, like, there's a handwritten English like video game, and my first thought is like, I don't even know what that means anymore. Like, what would a handwritten English game look like? Right, the Roman characters being here's a stylistic choice that people do. So like, sometimes people do pensive. Are you familiar with the phrase pensive? I don't know how to spell it, but it's cursive print, or print, or I like to say pensive instead. So they do this thing where, like, okay, so here's the P, and then here's the L, and then we have the right, we have the A, and then the G is gonna be like something like this, and then I is just gonna be got another A, and then the R would be this, another whoop, and then Z would be this, and then we got the E. I'm like, okay, all right, that definitely looks sort of like plagiarize. Now you might be thinking like, oh yeah, I know it because I'm looking at here. But when you have this in isolation, you're like, a lag gorize? Like, is this an L or is this an I? That's or is this a, you know, that's kind of my thought is like, oh yeah, I mean, if we have to be really honest with ourselves, handwriting is just outrageous in general. My handwriting, you've seen my handwriting a lot of times. I write in all caps. I print in all caps. So most of the time it's okay, except for Z's. Z's are not okay. You can't really tell a lot between my Z's and my 2's. And sometimes I would put like a line through it just for the Z, right? And then N's, if I mess up my W's, it could end up looking like my N's. So it could be like this. Where is it? Like, if my W's are like too close, then it would look like an N. So I've noticed these artifacts in my writing, especially my pen writing. But if I'm on a piece of paper, it would be a little bit more like deliberate. But this stuff is, I pretty much know the downside of many of my writings over time. The cursive gets wild because of things like, you know, you got your M, your N, your W, right? Your W. We got our Q versus our G and our P, right? So it can get a little messy too. And most of the time, this is a bad stereotype, but when the education goes higher, a lot of times the handwriting gets worse. And I'm no exception, because this is how I write. This is how I write capital letters and lowercase letters. So it's not that it's not legible. Like, yes, you could say, oh, this looks clean. Like, you can tell the difference. It's the idea that you're not used to seeing it. So, like, often even simple things like this can be alien and very difficult to read, because also handwriting varies from... handwriting can end up being preferential, especially from native speakers. Like, when you're a native speaker of a language, there's a lot of liberties that are involved. In fact, most of the time I slow down and like write it. Depending on who I'm writing to, I actually change up my writing. So I do write in lowercase and capital, and like use different types of penmanship in case, and it would take me a lot longer, obviously. But the idea is you want to make sure it's clear versus having to write it again. You learn cursive writing at school with fountain pens, and we're only allowed to write with fountain pens and cursive writing in primary school. Oh, wow. In primary school, I had to write Russian. I mean, not Russian. I literally read Russian. I had to write cursive. I had to write cursive in... we had like drills, you know, the typical drills. You have like grid paper. I read Russian and that's all I said. Like grid paper, or not grid paper, but line paper. Technically, they're kind of gridded because you need to space them out properly. And then you have to do the cursive exercise. But legitimately, like whole days or whole like class sessions would be dedicated to penmanship. Yeah, I was old. I was like, I'm old enough to still have those classes. I'm not entirely sure they have those classes now in the United States. It's very difficult. The only way I would truly really know is if I had a child of my own, or like go to an elementary school somehow for some reason that is not kind of weird. Russian cursive is something different. I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Most of my writing in cursive comes from drawing. I sent you 2 pictures. Oh yeah, I remember this. I have remembered this though. This was memed. This memed a lot. Like you get these Russian memes a lot. Yeah. No, I'm there with you, man. You don't think they teach script anymore? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I haven't been in an elementary school in a while, so I don't know if you're forced. You're graded on penmanship at an early age, and even as early as like middle school and high school, penmanship goes out the window. So what I mean is, like, the moment I left to like a more affluent place, writing and penmanship, like handwriting stuff, has already evolved to the point of like processing. And immediately what I did was I word processed everything. Like, what I mean is, they said you can write it, but I always ask the professor, like the teacher, if I can word process it. So I always go to the library and print out my prompts and my essay. That I was the guy that would do that. And if not, I changed my entire penmanship to reflect my standard English writing is to reflect the current standard in internet. So my penmanship of all caps, and like the way I write the lower cases are aligned with the most common font size, like the font that people read, as opposed to adapting like a hand preference prompt. And I really, this is important to me. I really did do this consciously in order to have my legibility improve. So sometime when I was 13 years old, I legitimately revamped all of my writing system, my handwriting system, so that it would match the current standards. because during like when 13 and older, that's when the computer age the personal computer age started being standard. So that's why now when you see me write, I write nearly in all print and capital letters as well, because they're all straight edge. Most of them are straight edges. There are very few curved edges. And the way I preserve my ability to like do curve lines and stuff is through drawing. I still draw things. So I do diagramming and drawing that like preserves my ability, my dexterity in writing. Like how do I adapt to this type of writing? It's usually because I still draw things with my hand and whatnot. Yeah, it's so interesting. Life has life certainly throws curveballs. All right, let's keep going here.
翠绿
翠绿 emerald green makes sense. Okay. 翠绿
翠绿
Yeah, so to reiterate, when I say 翠绿, I literally looked at the middle two characters. I'm like, okay, 翠绿. Okay, so 翠 came to me very quickly. That's my new character. And Li is something I already recognize. It's one of the first characters you learn in Chinese for whatever reason because of Li cha, right? Green tea. So Chui Li, and when I say Chui Li, I said to myself, this means emerald green, green. So emerald green, green. And then I looked down and then I hit the next arrow. I hit the confirmation arrow. So and I rarely even look up here. This doesn't show up. Like in my mind's eye, I see it in my head, but I don't see it on the screen. So I've been doing this for a while now. I move in stages. So the first time I looked up here for like the first, I don't know, 100 days. We'll just roughly break it up. Like the first 100 days, there were different priorities. My priority was pinging, and then my priorities keep changing. So over time, I go through and practice each element as I'm going. So I'm trying to recall each element in the context of the one element I'm thinking of. And that's a way to make things not tedious. So one day I'm like, I'm not reading characters today. So I'm going to do this and ask myself what the character is. So if I say emerald green and I picture the characters, which I can picture green, but I can barely picture emerald green. And I'm looking at the chat box right now instead of the screen, right? So that's what I do over time. So I look at this and I see if I can get this. If I look at this, can I get this? If I look at this, can I get down here? Right? So over time, I do all of the above at some point. And I keep myself on my toes by changing it around every once in a while. So I'm not prioritizing the same thing. The one thing I am most definitely prioritizing is read before meaning. So read before meaning at all times. Because I need to hear it. So when I say something, I'm also hearing it. And then I have like a muscle memory from combining certain sounds. Sometimes when I say a certain sound like 翠绿, it can elicit two different things. Like urge and record. So there's lots of different ways to kind of jot your memory in some way.
青蛙
Qinghua, that's a frog, or a green frog, or a blue frog if you're into that.
青蛙
Frogs are blue, right? Right? Seriously though, if you look really close at a frog, some frogs look blue. I'm just saying. Sorry for all the colorblind folks out there.
冰子
If you're red green colorblind, frogs are probably blue, I think. Frogs are yellow. Oh yeah, it's true. True. It's probably yellow for red green colorblindness, possibly. Frogs are yellow. 钉子 is nail and
斌子
Also, the thing that I do most, if you're wondering which pattern do I do most, I actually just listen to the sound and then look at the character, and then that's it. That's where it ends most of the time now for Chinese. Like, I rarely look at this or this or this most of the time when I need to go quicker. I hear the sound, I see the character, and I'm good to go. We're gone. And then I tell myself, it's like, oh yeah, that must be nail, translated. Even if it's a lesson. So what happens is I don't even need this information. What I do is I know what the sound is, I know what it looks like, and I know generally what it means now. And that's kind of my HanziHero experience. It's not my Wanikani experience. Wanikani is like, it's not there yet. Wanikani has, like, Japanese has still some time. I've never heard these words before, by the way. Dingzi, I don't know. But if I combine dingzi with those characters, it can only mean nail. Which is a really wonderful feeling, by the way, and I hope people get there at some point.
汹涌
Xiongyo. Yeah, it's basically this. This is what we're practicing, right? If a flashcard only gives you a character and the sound when it plays, then that's all the information you should need. So I'm trained to do that now. I'm trained to do exactly what this is supposed to do. And you have to test yourself to know that if the tool you're using, are you actually doing the thing, right? This is when Romaji, like a pinyin up here, comes into play. Like, are you actually doing the thing that it's supposed to do? A lot of times that's not the case, in my opinion. Like, sometimes I ask them, like, why did you forget this if all the information is there, right? And you can add it back. You don't have to make it hard on yourself, like, to the extent that you would quit. But anyways, that's kind of a quicker way to talk about things. And then now we go. And now I don't remember anything. It's like turbulence, probably surging. And yes, I translate back and forth. I constantly translate back and forth. I actually don't relax on not translating. I know some people say, oh, that's a waste of time, it's a waste of effort. That's perfectly fine. That's definitely your prerogative. But for myself, I do it so rapidly now that it's not even, like, I don't think it's, like, really effortful to begin with. It goes back and forth whenever I choose. Yesterday I had, like, dreams of, like, 私は American人, right? And I'm like, what the heck? But that's kind of how that works, right? You just go and do whatever comes to your mind, and that's a wonderful feeling, in my opinion. If you ever feel like, oh, does translation ever get easier? It does. I think that's one part that people don't focus on or ever talk about, because they choose not to do it well enough in order to see it as something they can use. They usually see it as something that's useless, as in it's valueless. It only takes up energy. And I can agree with you if all you want to do is think in Japanese, speak in Japanese, and meander in Japanese. I usually don't, right? The richness of that is you had a dream that you were in Japan and you needed to ask something, and it was super frustrating that you couldn't form some sentences. I get that a lot too, actually. I definitely feel you there. Not specifically in Japan, but more in a situation when someone asked me to explain something and I couldn't explain it. And it was in a different language. Like, someone was asking me to explain something and I could only explain part of it. So then I get into the idea of using multiple languages, but it would have been nice if I could choose which ones to use. Yeah, for sure. Similar, but obviously not the same.
抄袭
Let's see. All right. I have 22 minutes, so let's go and get this first. Oh, my hand is shifted.
翠绿，青蛙，冰子，
Okay. Next one. We got 10
涌
more.
入，
Yongru. So what? Gush in. So that's fine. I would have thought something else, like to rush in, to pour into. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. To gush into us. Huh. Okay.
涌入，
We'll stick with gush into.
淘气，
Qi. Pottery and then utensil. So qi is a holder for different activity or different things that require like equipment.
淘气，
So it's still pottery. Pottery utensil.
肉桂，
Rogui. For whatever reason, cinnamon is a meat. Oops, I typed niku. Rogui. Oops. Oh no, I keep typing the wrong.
肉桂，背道而驰，
背道而驰. So 背道而驰. Oh, I missed something. Oh,
背道而驰，
what is that? Back? It's just like going backwards, going back in the direction to run a counter to. Okay, like to run against. Yes, I'm gonna say to go against. To go against is better.
坐姿，
坐姿. Just sit posture. So sitting posture, right? 坐姿.
坐姿，
I hope that one day this will feel. Japanese is definitely playing second fiddle to Chinese right now, but it also means that the stronger my Chinese gets, the more ground I pick up in Japanese as well. Silver linings, you know.
涌入，背道而驰， 淘气，
坐姿
坐姿，
坐姿 wait
肉桂，巴黎，
Oh wait, I think I have 10 more. Okay, I got 19 minutes. Ali, Rust, and Lee. Black? Bali. Wow, Paris is black crust. I don't. It kind of sound. It's supposed to be transliteration, but I don't know about Bali.
巴黎
I，guess I can kind of hear it.
图钉，
Wait. Let's go back and make sure. Is this supposed to be a transliteration? Bali. Interesting.
图钉，
Uding. That's a picture nail, so those are thumbtacks.
图钉，
I don't usually use thumbtacks. I call them push pins. Does push pins work? Oh, there it is. Push pins. Yeah. I think of push pins. So you push them in.
空袭，
Hongxi. That's air raid.
空袭，
And then now we have our
Zhao.
characters, right? Zhao. Whoa. Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna get through this in time. That does look like... Oh no, that doesn't look like Jao. We're gonna speed this up. I think I can get this working in my head. We'll try.
赵
I usually spend quite a lot of time making sure I'm cross-referencing things. But cover. Oh. Do you look like a Jao? I don't think so. This is where I would cross-reference. Cause I only think of Zhuo. Yeah, I only can think of Zhuo. And Diao. This is special. I'll keep moving.
争
I'll get it on the recall. Oh, there's Zheng. So now we have Steam. Zhou. Right, Zhou. Steam. Zheng. Do you look like a Zheng? Water. Do you have a middle water split? Zheng. I do have kind of a Zheng. Alright. I'll take it for now.
争 巴黎
Vocabulary is really fast in
争
Chinese oftentimes. I don't know if that's like a false sense of security that I'm developing, but we'll find out in the future. Oh no.
空袭图钉
Heck! Oh no. I thought it was Zhuo. Oh, Zhao. Okay, barn. This is tough without putting in time. Like, I don't see how people can do this. Like, I literally watch people do their review sessions from time to time. I don't see how they could possibly encode so quickly. Like, what I mean is, like, I'm not surprised that they forget the next day or they forget the next second. Because it takes me a while. I tend to do the... If you encode it well, you don't have to go back and practice it. And now this is exactly what happens when I rush through things. There's the sunflower and the... Okay. He throws a net over them to cover them, hoping that this way he can cover the mess, having completed his mission. That's not that great. I'll write something afterward.
Zhao
I'm very terrible at speed things.
变
Bian. That looks like Bian. So we're good with Bian. At least in terms of the read. That is a Bian. So, Bian for dispute. Here it is. Or Ban, sorry. No, Bian. This Bian. For dispute. And the other one is Ban, but not Ban. So, Bian and what is that? A saber? They just have a dispute about to differentiate of how he just washed off the sink into two piles. Vintage saber. Differentiate? Okay.
Bian
We're doing an expedited. Hung? That's a buckle. Oh, we have a new component. The belt. Oh, belt buckle. Nice. That's actually really good. That's pretty good.
横
Hung? Okay, so permanents. This is the first instance of belt, so that's gonna be a tough one to encode first. I'll do it retroactively today. Harry Potter is inside the English manor where he comes across the soul. Okay. Walking across the velvet carpet. English manor. Wrapped around it is a belt. that the soul struggles to remove. Interesting. Tries to use his magic, remove it, but it won't budge. It seems to be permanent until the soul removes it. Okay. I think that's fine.
横桃
Tall. That looks like a tall. With the rinse, kind of looks like torrential as well. Torrential has container, but no clay pot, right? I mean, not torrential. Wait, yeah, I'm looking at torrential. Where is that? It doesn't have container. It's tall. Tall is what I'm looking for. Oh, it's mortar. Okay. It does look like a towel for runaway. I'll run away and or like escape, run away, and then pottery is okay to relate it. So all of it's related to the clay pot. Right. So we have towel for pottery, and then towel. Oh yeah, to draw out, and then towel to escape. Where's escape? And then we have towel for grape. Wait, escape is different? Oh no. What is escape? Oh no. Oh, it's turtle shell. It's turtle shell. Okay. Yeah, so I do this. This is the advanced level in my opinion. So like after you're over the hump, in my opinion, over the hump of getting your foundational characters and whatnot, this is the part that I enjoyed about, I know how this is going to sound blasphemous, but this is the part that I like about Duolingo. This part, where you're finding things with similar meanings and finding things with similar pronunciations, and then vocabulary words that utilize the same characters. That's how Duolingo, quote unquote, stays tricky. And people dislike this part. Like, a lot of the things, they think this is cheap. Like doing this thing. And it's like to me, it's like the boon of my thinking. My thinking skills often deal with making everything that sounds the same, everything that sounds slightly different, everything that slightly looks the same, everything that looks different but have different meanings. Like that, this is how I sort out almost all my information in my head, because where they are similar, they overlap, so I can use them to my advantage. And then where they're different, it's in relation to what they aren't like the same. So oftentimes this is what I do once I'm comfortable with encoding the other stuff. And then that's how mnemonic devices and systems are done. When you're doing system work, you're looking at similarity, comparing and contrasting. You're analytically looking and then reiterating and improving on similarity, like comparing and contrasting. You're doing analytical thought, right? And you're doing it at the highest level is you're constructively creating new relationships too. So understanding and analyzing different relationships allow you to also then go to the next level, which is the highest level. You can create relationships where there aren't relationships as well. Like you can bridge relationships by constructively building a bridge between them, which is not necessary. That's usually the level where if you're in a creative profession or you're pioneering something, then that comes in handy. But generally, most people do not have analytical or corollary skills. Like they don't synthesize information. They stick with memorizing and having things literally organized for them. Organization is like level 3. Like if you can memorize and you can recognize, eventually you want to be able to organize it. And when you're able to organize it, that's still relatively passive. Then you take that organization and you create new associations, and then you can comparatively compare and contrast and then analytically create new relationships. Those are like going up. You're going from the bottom all the way to the top. Right. And you can do it with anything because it's not limited to what you literally have to see. That's association. The whole pyramid that I talked about that's the process of association. If you cannot do the process of association, I usually am not convinced that you learned how to understand the stuff. Inside the barn. 7 minutes. Inside the barn, rinsing some clay pots that were found buried. Okay, he's trying to learn. Okay, go all over the place and okay. I think this one's fine. I think I got it.
好停
Kiosk. Oh, Ting. Oh yeah, that looks like Ting. And Kiosk, Timmy Turner. I guess he's buying a tiara. Maybe he just wished for a tiara. Costs a couple of spikes. Alright, I'm gonna go.
停
I'll come back to it. Okay, let's see if I can.
横 停 变
Dang it. All I can think about is dispute. I'm thinking about division, discrimination, differentiation. Or differentiate. It's fine.
逃
Alright, cool. And I'll retroactively go through it at the end. And we'll just start our reviews now with 6 minutes left. And then we're good. Like, as long as I start the session, it'll just reset after I leave the session. In 5 minutes, the session's gonna reset. I think I'm gonna go too late today. So I guess we should just focus. What am I? I'm 2 hours out. I really wanted to watch more Kingdom, but this is great too. I love spending Christmas or not Christmas with Germans. I'm kidding. And fictitious, of course. Fictitious technically is in the United States, but it's not Christmas yet for fictitious. So he kind of throws a wrench into what I just said. I said Merry Christmas to the Western Hemisphere, but technically, wait, is Hawaii considered the Western Hemisphere or the Eastern Hemisphere? Because technically, fictitious is also in, like, he's in Hawaii, so like, it's actually not Christmas yet. Now that I think about it. Thanks for reminding me of how I'm not being inclusive. Alright. How am I gonna get this? We'll see how much rushing does. I think I basically forget so many things when I'm rushing. Like I simply do not encode very well at all. Like when people talk about flashcards, like it's supposed to be flash, like you flash and you learn really by repetition. I can't understand that. I legitimately cannot understand how like they would flash through and say like, yep, I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it, and then you just keep going and then expect to recall it back. And my first thought is like, the most I can do is maybe I can try to memorize it in that amount of time. I literally sat through multiple situations, even when I have direct contact with someone, and I watch them do their exercises on Anki. And my first, and like even HanziHero. And my first thought is, like, they were learning something that I haven't learned yet, and I still have all the like extra experience. And when they were flipping through it, they were flipping through it faster than I could understand it. Like, what I mean is, even despite knowing some of the characters, I wanted to spend more time than they did So like I'm talking about looking at someone, right? I'm looking at a screen and someone is learning for the first time. They are learning for the first time and they are moving faster than me. Like usually I'm not offending anyone when I'm saying this, but people who are learning for their first time, they move faster than me. So whenever someone says like, "Oh yeah, this must not take a lot of time," and since you're so seasoned and experienced, this should be really easy. It's like, no, I actually go usually about the same pace, if not slower, over time. Because I have to think more and more as I'm going. That's the opposite of what people think a lot of times. And not the professionals. So like looking up people who teach learning and coaching stuff, like even more expansive, when you're learning, you're not trying to go faster. Like what I mean is, your goal is not to go as fast as possible. If you are and you're still getting it, then you're actually probably not learning that much. Like, I know how that sounds. Is like, but what if you're just naturally really fast? And I guess good for you. But if you slow down, even though you're naturally fast, you'll still learn even more than you go faster. When you're practicing, you can go as fast as you want. Like, be free, go and run as fast as you can. But if you don't learn the things the first time, and you're always worried about, oh, what if you develop bad habits and stuff? Well, it's most guaranteed if you're like doing it so fast and you're like, I know this, and then the next like 2 or 3 days you're like, oh no, now I have to go back. This is so frustrating. Like, I kid you not, I still look at people who are doing like their N5 and their HSK1 like Anki reviews, and the flashcard comes up and I'm like, huh, okay, so that's that and that's this, and they're gone already. They're like on the 10th, they're like on the 3rd card, and I'm like, wait a minute, like how do you do that? How do you look at something so fast and you're learning it for the first time? And maybe this is imposter syndrome, but I genuinely do not move that fast when I'm trying to learn something. And I was practicing as well, so technically the stuff they were looking at was not new. But what I was trying to learn was I was looking at their cards, and there was information on it that I'm not familiar with. So what I mean is, oh, despite they having characters and stuff, their examples on their card was different. So I wanted to look at those things. So they're looking for it the first time ever, and I'm more intrigued that there are different examples. And then they use like different definitions, right? They use different English words. So I was intrigued despite knowing what N5 and HSK1 stuff is. That to me is a great way to illustrate, like, I don't think that when I talk to people and they say they understand their material, that they do what is maybe required to understand something. They memorize things. And in the last like month or two, that's kind of the impression I got as well, because I'm like involved in someone else's study materials. So I'm kind of curious if this is hold up in other materials. So I've been looking at other material. Like what I mean is other people who are freely sharing their experience, like how they're studying. And my first thought is, they're not explaining anything to me, that's their prerogative, but I can't discern what they're doing either. Like I can't discern how they are processing so quickly. And in my opinion, I think I'm average. Most people feel like if they are truly doing everything I'm doing, right? I'm an average person, I think. Maybe I'm slightly above average. All the things I'm doing to maintain my vocabulary, they're doing it at like 1/4 of the time. And if I was insecure about my life, right, I would think that I'm dumb. But I don't think that's the case. I think the reality is that most people overestimate how quickly it takes them to learn something. And what happens is you might be thinking, okay, well, good for you. You can slow down and do that. And that's their loss that they don't know how to slow down. But that's not the problem I'm trying to solve. The problem I'm trying to solve is this. Like, the people that I interact with, all the individuals that talk about their problems, it's related to their learning. It's related to their encoding. If I care about interacting with people like this and they trust me and they ask me questions, I must understand how to get at this problem, because it doesn't matter how often I'm like, oh, you just need to slow down and think about this. There's something inherent about this. And it happens even in experienced learners where I'm like, did you even think about it or something like that? Because earnestly, if I'm doing well, you would think that they would be doing even better, right? And I hope they are. Maybe I'm missing the, missing the point, right? How much do you need to get? How much can you extract from this every single time, right? When I'm doing this, I'm not cutting corners. Like, I'm not trying to cut corners. It's the better example. I'm not trying to cut corners. I'm inherently trying to tell myself, hey, this is study time. This is like when I'm learning. Like, this isn't technically learning. This is practicing right now. But when I'm at a lesson, when I'm trying to learn something, 100%. You gotta, if you have time, if there's no time limit, you use up as much time as possible to understand the thing you're learning. So then you don't have to learn it again or practice it and then like double back on the practicing and whatnot. And over time, your learning becomes more and more efficient. Not necessarily because you got faster and faster at it because you've been doing it for a while. You do that. That does happen when you practice a lot of things, but you also expand your routine. So like the beginning, it's very slow doing one thing, but then you get faster, right? You get faster. So that means then you can do two things. One is slow, and now this is fast. Now this gets faster, and this gets even more get faster. So then I do three things. So over time, I'm doing more things, but I'm still using my time wisely to, at least in my opinion, to encode better. And so whenever I look at someone and they like look at a flashcard and hear some scribbled information and then they spent like 5 seconds, my thought is I must be really stupid. And what I mean by that is it doesn't hurt my feelings. Like, I'm not insecure about being stupid. Like, you have to be stupid to learn something, in my opinion. Like, you have to be ignorant of something in order to discover something. So when they did this in 5 seconds, they look at something, they read like a couple sentences, and usually the comment is, I read fast. I literally have this comment shoved in my face so many times. When I'm watching a video with them, there's subtitles, I'm watching a scene, they say, I read fast. Or I see quick. And then I ask them, did you notice this that I noticed? What did you notice in this corner that piqued my interest? And they would be like, I don't know. What do you know? It's like, well, it was a pretty decent scene and there were these things. And I'm like, yeah, you have a gist of things, but you rarely ever notice any of the details. Like, that's what read fast is. And I'm like, I get that you can read fast. I can read fast too. I can read fast and have very similar retention as you do. Like, if you give me 5 seconds, I don't get a lot of details. Like, I understand that you think you're a genius per se. Like, if you want to be a genius, that's perfectly fine. The last time I checked, I have average recall. And what does average recall kind of look like? Well, I used to memorize pages when I was a kid. And gonna be real with you, it sucks. It's very inefficient, and it ultimately is big bad. Like, to me, it makes me feel big bad because it feels like I don't understand anything. I just simply know how to write them in the correct order and what the answer is. I noticed this in a lot of I started playing Wordle, right? I haven't ever done Wordle, like actually done Wordle before. So recently there are 2 people who play Wordle, Bree and Mika. So I've been doing it daily, and I often wonder, like, why are you guys doing Wordle? Like, I ask myself, why am I doing Wordle? Because of Bree and Mika. But now I'm asking myself, what can I get from Wordle? So I started studying behavioral uses of Wordle. And it really tells me a lot about the way people think, right? Bree always starts with select. And then Mika letter farms. These are the things that are different from me and the 2 of them. I run through all the words looking at the keyboard. So, like, for example, if I started with audio and maybe like this triggers something, this triggers something. So there's a display of the keyboard. It would highlight and dim things, right? And I would systematically go through each combination that flows with the information that was given. So I looked at the keyboard and I visually moved the letters into the space and rearranged them and asked myself, do I understand if that's an English word? And then I looked at patterns, like how many English words ended with an E. Like, okay, we can weigh the probability of, how about D? We can weigh the probability that D is probably in the beginning. Like, that is what I did. And it would take me, based on how fast I see people, because like Wordle has like a built-in thing that shows you that they're currently playing. I would take like 4 times as much time. Like, it would be 4 times longer because Wordle doesn't have a time limit. So it would take me 4 times longer to hit an entry. We're not even talking about like completing the task. It would take me 4 times the amount of time to make a guess. Outside of the first one. The first one, I just throw something out that is pretty interesting. Like, oh, let's start with raise today. That looks like a pretty good word. Let's start with create tomorrow. Or not create. That's bad. I meant crate. Right? So let's start with radio the next day. And then it gives me new challenges, new ways to think about how I can reorganize letters. So I don't specifically actually know the nuances of 5-letter words in English. So now, over time, when I was doing Wordle, that's not the spirit. So over time, sure, I'm playing Wordle with like Bree, you know, like keeping up with Bree, or like occasionally keeping up with Mika. But what I have done is I'm finding value in Wordle. Like, I want to understand what can Wordle teach me. The same spirit is to pick the same word until you get it right at first guess. By the way, the very first time I played Wordle with Mika, I got it on the second guess. And my first guess gave me no letters. No, it gave me one letter. Sorry, it gave me one letter. It was a T. and she made a comment. I'm like, and then, you know, sometimes it happens. I just thought like, okay, it's got to be in the front. Like, I didn't have Wordle experience. So over time, I became really enthusiastic. So I become really interested in the English 5 letters, like how 5 letters work. And I've noticed why is this related to everything? I've noticed I could treat it as an initial and a final. And when I treated it this way, it made it so that I can rearrange the 5-letter words to come up with a lot of words really quickly. So like bruh and I'd, like, or like I'd, like this. And like it's really interesting. I started thinking of 5-letter words like Chinese, where I'm like, oh, okay, so can I do like, we could make it like ba, pre, dre, and then it could be combined with like something like an 8. That type of thing. That's what I've been doing on Wordle. It was really interesting. Doing Chinese for quite some time and Japanese for quite some time. I even thought, how would Wordle work with kana? And that exists, by the way. Like, you can do Wordle with, you can do Wordle in a manner of way that takes advantage of pinging and kana to like create Wordle like things. And my first thought is, oh man, that'd be great to do Wordle in them too. So I took a look at how people were programming like letter discoveries or word discoveries in kana and pinging. Or even Romaji. I mean, Romaji is fine because you're still gonna have to actively recall like vocab words and like what they translate into, right? So that's pretty neat. If you're wondering when I've done this, like this Wordle approach, I started when I was in the gifted program. And the gifted program was when I was identified when I was 14. So when I was heading off to college, I was identified. And then what we do, we have like a period, like I'm guessing like a 50-minute period. I don't remember how long it was now, where we do enrichment. It's called enrichment tasks. And this is exactly what I do. So ever since I was like in middle school and whatnot, whenever I play video games and do all that, I'm usually doing it as enrichment. Like, I often tell people I don't actually play video games for fun first. I have fun after playing the video game. Like, I do things to have fun. I don't expect that things are fun in order to do them. So those are the two different things, right? That is something that I really highly doubt that the vast majority of 20-year-olds now would have the same perspective that I did. I do challenging things to have fun or to discover the fun. I don't expect it to be fun in order to do it. So if something is unfun, if you think it's unfun and you do it and it becomes unfun, you don't know if it's because you think it's unfun or not. Because a lot of times the things that are unfun to most people are fun to me. What I just did on Wordle is fun. Like, I enjoy having like only 2 characters revealed to me, and I'm just going through all of the words. I'm weighing all the probabilities. What is the overlapping things, and what's my return on letter farming? Like, if I have 3 letters and I'm trying to cover the most space of all the words that I know, how many letters can I overlap with it? And then I enter that. That's like combining my statistical skills and my probabilistic skills with like like quote unquote mechanics, simple mechanics, right? And that makes Wordle so much more entertaining than I'm just gonna guess and okay, I'm just gonna intuit it. Like, intuition is fantastic when it hits, you know, when you're lucky and all that, but it can be so much more interesting than that. And we're only talking about Wordle. Like, I can't even like process how interesting it is if you ever play a word game where you have to like complete sentences. So now the reason why I want to give that idea is because Wordle has less moving parts than Anki and HanziHero. So I'm talking to 2 people, where I'm talking to one person who can barely stay consistent doing flashcards, but they can systematically still produce consistent reminders to me about doing their Wordle. What is it? What is the thing that is creating that, right? And oftentimes the answer is really disappointing to the other person. And that is the thing Duolingo does best. Like, one of the things that Duolingo is best known for: consistent reminders, habit formation, constant lean on intuition in keeping up with the simplest, lowest form of input stats. So basically, the lowest effort input for the highest instant gratification and reminder to offset a notification. Not the language, not the difficulty of the language, not the content you're learning, the habit that it's involved in getting the instant gratification. So whenever someone asks me, well, Duolingo never works, it's like, it works like gangbusters. I don't know what you're talking about. And they're like, well, it doesn't work in the way I want it to work. It's like, well, that's fair. Like, it certainly won't teach you something when you don't put effort into any of it, right? So you need to find a tool that enables you, like, match you up. Like, so my goal in the future, or like maybe over in my time, is to peruse as much as I can different stepping stones. Because if you can get a match, you can characterize different tools and different methods well enough, you might be able to understand people. Combine it with the ability to understand people, you can match them up with specific tools that I don't have to make myself. Thank you for all the content creators out there, and thank you for even the greedy corporations that are making these things, because I don't have to make them. I can analyze them and use them to match it up with someone. And that, to me, is what teachers do. That's what educators do and coaching do. There are so many people making great things in their own sphere of influence. However, the nice thing is that if you can understand and consume and analyze those things, you might be able to combine it with your experience with other people to make them successful, in the sense that if they don't want to think about what makes them tick and what makes them interested, someone else can do that and still provide a foundation in which maybe one day they will have the inspiration and the confidence to do that. I think paint drying is fun. Like, I think it's interesting. So many things are interesting. Someone talking about their problems and keep telling me that, oh, you know, it's like normal people problem. It's like, tell me about it. Like, tell me how it's normal. You have to qualify these things. I'm curious. If you say you have normal problems, I like to hear them. Because the last time I checked, if you have a normal problem, it would be solved already. Right? That's a logical fallacy. It's a leap of logic. If you have a normal problem, why are you speaking to me as a stranger about the problem that seemed to persist in your life? If Japanese is so easy, why is there tons of examples of it not being easy? And what I mean by that is I was talking about the N1 comment earlier. Like, if that is the case, what reality do you live in when you have millions of people committing to resources and debating on the situation? That's usually how I find most things interesting. And I just spent like another 30 minutes talking about Wordle, and that's just one activity. Like, every time someone goes and do something, they do it in my opinion, respectfully, relatively to me, they do it in the most disinterested manner possible. Like, when someone tells me they're having fun, when I see them have fun, I still see someone who's indifferent. Like, someone who really, we're not talking about content creators, right? Content creators, they're motivated by so many other things. I'm talking about those people who don't want to share anything, who feels like they're so disinterested and they're drifting through life and stuff. And I asked them, can you show me something that you're doing for fun? Can you describe the thing that interests you? And when I hear that, it takes, I spend like 6 hours, by the way, like 6 hours in a session. And my thought is, when you're describing it, it's like, is this the best you have? The most interesting thing and fun thing and consistent thing in your life, you speak about it, you do it in the least possible interest way possible. I usually think of it like, well, very lesser interest. And I would ask them, I usually respond by saying, I'm not convinced that you find this stuff interesting nor fun. And oftentimes I really want to say, try harder. But that is like not helpful, right? Instead, I would go on, then ask them questions about their fun and interesting things. Like, do you like that this involves this? Right? Whatever details they give me. So I take the details that they have, and I'm saying, so what are your thoughts if this reminded you of something else? So I keep adding. So if Wordle is to recall a 5-letter word, what kind of 5-letter words do you usually recall? Did you ever notice that you consistently recall a specific 5-letter word? Have you ever wondered if that 5-letter word means something to you? Because you could, like, for example, I was watching this one person, and when they were doing their guess, like 60% of their words were negative words. Like, my first thought is, man, does this person even realize that they're doing that? And then there's a period where I was watching the person and they spent 5 minutes and they overlapped back to the same word in that 5 minutes at least 15 times in a span of like 1 minute. And my first thought is, I wonder if you can use that to your advantage, where like maybe you can form a core around a word and you can form like a map to make the word, like, how maybe have the person organize the information like visually or something. That would be an interesting experiment. So this is what gets me really interested in participating in other people's things. So I don't play Wordle, but just by a whim, someone wanted me to play Wordle, and that's what I'm spiraling right now. Like, the last couple of days, like, I'm spiraling with ideas about, okay, so how do people think this is interesting? Because if I had to be really truly honest with myself, I don't play Wordle because I did not find it interesting. Like, I still do the thing where some people say, oh, I'm not going to have fun with this, so I don't do it. When I say I don't find Wordle interesting, it's because something else is more interesting in its spot. So, like, I'm more interested in HanziHero and Wanikani by coincidence, by chance. And Wordle is not more interesting than HanziHero and Wanikani. However, if someone else is interested, now I'm interested. I want to find out why they think it's interesting, and that's part of the fun. Worlds. Oh, fascinating. Like, I didn't ask Bree, why does she always start with the first word? And I didn't ask her if Celeste was ever like the word. Like, did she ever get it that was the first guess? Like, has it ever happened yet? I'm often curious about these things. Actions are I was talking about it in Neverwinter, right? You know, like live service. If I'm doing the same thing, I'm not doing the same thing. Like, if you're trying to do the same thing, it can be very cathartic. When I'm energetic and stuff, I typically do more than the same thing. If it's the same thing, I got to make the same thing transformative over time, right? Doing the same thing over time is still not the same as doing the same thing and treating it like it's the same thing every time. Like rewatching a movie, for example, or rereading your favorite book. You can decide to only retain and hold on to the exact same memory. That's memorizing again. And then maybe whatever intuitive associations you have, or you can build on it. And that's usually what I mean by the never-ending story. When you do it again, there's an opportunity to build on it, because you are permanent. The thing you're consuming, I guess that's permanent too, but in a static way. You are permanent as in, like, you're persistently changing. You're capable of persistently and dynamically adding more. So life becomes, in my opinion, the hot take here is life becomes more colorful and richer little by little when you're little by little adding more details to your life. So oftentimes when I'm thinking of people doing Anki, I don't know how many Anki streams I've like peeked into, maybe like 20 or so, because people wanted to tell me how good Anki is, so I should like go check out people doing Anki. So in the last like 2 years, I peeked into it, and maybe 2 of the 20 showed some semblance of enthusiasm, like open enthusiasm. It's not that I can't tell if the other 18 are enthusiastic, because there's no expression of it. There's no like really indicative nature of seeing that they spend time and they're wanting to spend time understanding the stuff. The reason why I highlight that is because if you replace it with a graded reader, that's no guarantee that the graded reader is going to work any better than that. There's no guarantee that if you swap it for immersion, the odds go up, because immersion can be complex enough to stimulate the person's interest. There's no guarantee that their comprehension goes up, or their encoding or their practice goes up, or they quit. Sometimes people quit immersion faster than they quit flashcards. You've heard all this before. You probably found every combination of the thing. The issue here is one of the fundamental things. Curiosity is not one of the common foundations for any of those people. They are not curious. They do not want to learn things. They want to have things. The process of learning is laborious, unrewarding, tedious, and just plain sucks. It sucks not to know, like just easily know everything, and comprehend everything. And that is the root of like today's digression, basically. There's no reward, no like pandering or conditioning for the idea that hard work, it feels really good when it clicks. Like, the clicking part is due to the hard work, in my opinion. It's not due to just simply knowing and memorizing things. There rarely does just simply memorizing and drilling and like tediumly passively going through things with repeated exposure will lead to the clicking. Some might argue it does happen, I would argue that something else happened during that process. So what I mean is the clicking is not related necessarily to the literal act of repeated exposure. It's when it becomes active from that repeated exposure that it clicks. So here, when I'm talking about like, oh, now I'm starting to look at English words like Chinese breakups and pinging, those are clicking moments. They like, oh, now I kind of understand why Chinese is like such a elegant way to break up sound, and then now I'm applying it back to English, and this show really benefits from the Japanese structure because in a way it can benefit from how the characters are displaying their importance of their language, like where the things are juxtaposed. And I'm like, I wonder how that would be portrayed in English. So I start like interpreting the Japanese and then trying to find an analogous way to create an English scene, and so on and so forth. Those are the reasons why it takes so long for me to like go through things, largely because I'm having a lot more fun and curiosity. I'm not slow because I'm stupid. I'm slow because I'm diligent. I like taking in the details. Letitia's recently shared with me the idea of the blueprint situation, where like at some point people just give up and they're like, oh, well, I don't have the solution. You might as well just spoil it for me. We're just gonna go run through the puzzles as quickly as possible instead of looking at the details. And I completely resonate with that. I kind of went a little lecture-y again. Usually the telltale sign that I'm very invested in a topic is I start like rambling on Discord and talk about connections and correlations between behavior, right? And that's genuinely a normal thing. It's not a bad or a good thing. I keep trying to emphasize that. It's the current normal thing that I have to work with. And I want to be good at working with it. So right now I'm kind of like working on strategies and whatnot. How do I get someone to be interested in looking at associations? So I start asking questions, very much why questions a lot. Like, what are you doing with Wordle? And why are you doing it? What compels you to use Wordle, right? And then if I could understand that a little bit, I can participate in it. So, oh, okay, here's a good analogy. If you're thinking about this, because you're interested and this is why you're using Wordle, we can do this. Do you think that's interesting? Right? And then I'm like, here, I'll give you an example. I thought about this and this. Is this interesting to you? Like, do you think this is some interesting stuff? Like, you can do this too. And that's kind of the idea. If you want to get someone to study and learn something and really get what they actually want, which is to know the language, you got to get inside their head somehow. And it's not the content. The content is not the issue, in my opinion. It's the person's ability to create value and meaning from the content. Like what I know that I said the content is not the thing, but the content can be any content. If you can highlight their interests and their connections, you're getting their brain thinking. So then that can be a transferable skill. I think one of the bases for language acquisition is to tackle a new age problem. In my opinion, a new age, it's a problem because it's keeping these people from their goal of learning a language, like acquisition, right? Language acquisition is the goal. Something is keeping them from language acquisition. You might be saying, oh, it's the technique or the methods or the engagement of the content. In my opinion, almost all of those things are addressing a fundamental lack of motivation, active thinking, and like synthesis of information. So, yes, all of these things do address those things to some extent, and we got to continue expanding on that, in my opinion. Like, if my goal, my aspirations, which is not for the record, my aspirations is to get people interested in learning. I don't honestly, this might sound a little bit reductive or a bit reductive. I don't care about language learning as much as I care about learning. So even if the person doesn't ever acquire language, if they discover that they like learning something and it just so happens Japanese and Chinese isn't interesting to them, the act of trying to learn something can be a transferable skill for life. So my value in language learning, when I agree with some of those people who like go around and say we should still include secondary language in schools, is that you're trying to encourage them to learn. Language is like art. It's like science, math, physics. All those things are supposed to offer them opportunities to discover the joys of learning, not the joys of results. I mean, results are good too. It's both, technically. It's both. But there's a hyper fixation and focus on selling results without understanding the joys of process. So whenever someone watches a carefully curated lecture or op-ed on Krashen's comprehensible input theory applied to like immersion learning, what they're advertising is the results of it. Or even if they don't advertise the results is the only thing that normalizes what people hear. And when I mean people hear, I'm talking about prospective language learners. When you emphasize results anywhere in your thing, that's the first thing they think about. They're looking for what results they're going to get. So when you start advertising about the results, the process is going to slap them in the face so hard that it doesn't matter how attractive the results are. You're not going to get the results because the process will destroy them. And that's kind of a little bit aggressive wording, but generally speaking, you can't get results without understanding the process. And oftentimes, the individuals who also sell these products or bend other people's theories and whatnot is adjusted to the idea that results first. Here's the dangling carrot, right? The carrot is in front of you now. Don't worry about the treadmill. Don't worry about the pitfalls. Don't worry about losing your breath. Don't worry about the carrot going bad over time. Just focus on the carrot. That can work when you have someone who has bottomless willpower. And in my opinion, if you rewind time, maybe another 20 years, back to millennial periods, you might get like 30% of people who have relentless willpower and righteous indignation and no need of instant gratification or a carrot even. You tell them to do something, and if they want it, they're going to do it. Maybe 30% of the time. I would say still the vast majority of people wouldn't do it without incentives, right? Now, in my opinion, even 30% sounds like a great thing, because online, if you're selling something online and it's predicated on results, you have even less people who fulfill the requirements that is glossed over by like things like comprehensible input theory and like all the others. It's the idea of having the discipline to appreciate learning. So all of it bottlenecks at learning. So you have this really shiny app design with great flow and meticulous curating of native content, and it's the most accurate thing, and yet it bottlenecks at the user showing up and wanting to do it. So if there's any lesson, in my opinion, that is learned from Duolingo, is they got users that go through the door. Now the opposite problem is also true though. Like how do you use that? And obviously Duolingo's invested a lot of its resources in doing the first thing and still working on like step 2 and step 3. An idea would be to like bridge it with different things, and that's what users ended up doing when they step through the door. If they do something long enough, a lot of times there's a better chance than not doing it at all to figure out how to bridge the next thing. So oftentimes, how often do I hear someone say, oh yeah, I started with Duolingo and then now I'm not. And then they would go back and say, well, Duolingo doesn't matter because I'm where I am because I stopped using Duolingo. It's like, that's myopic. Duolingo was probably part of the process that led you to where you are. And that's the dissonance that I feel is so aptly. They didn't learn anything from their experience. They just chose to embrace the most recent thing. And that's kind of like the N1 discussion being easy and, well, the person's already a specialist. So they forgot everything else about the process. And then they're going to go and harp their trumpets and advertise how they already made it. So then you should have already made it before you start working on it. And I'm like, okay, well, that kind of sucks for anyone who doesn't have it. It's kind of like, hey, what is the secret to making money? Use money. You know, use money and go buy some stocks and reinvest. How do you be successful at acquiring a language? Acquire it first, and then you can be successful at acquiring a language. I think that's kind of where that's going. So when someone sees an advertisement, right? Like, oh, here's a new app. The first thing they see is, I'm going to be fluent in Japanese by using this app. That's what they see first. They don't see, oh, okay, so the first step is, okay, I'm going to need to allocate 30 minutes. And then 30 minutes would be, okay, so I might as well start with 30 minutes. And then we'll see where that goes. And then they didn't advertise that you have to go through all of this. The first thing the person is going to see, even if they advertise the other stuff, the mind space that you're thinking of is your audience is going to immediately think about what's in it for them. So does $100 buy Japanese fluency? If you're advertising like it will get you to N4, they're saying that to get to N4 costs $100. Not to get to N4, it costs $100, and then you doing something for a long enough time until you get to N4, probably with other things and rescheduling your schedule and whatnot. It's that if you pay $100, you're going to get N4. No process-oriented thinking. Hello there, James. That's the mindset that I'm operating on, by the way. I'm not saying everyone thinks this way. I have to get into this mindset to figure out how to introduce something else. So you have to compete with this. How do you compete with the mindset that when you pay something and you follow something, you get the results no matter what? How do you compete with that? How do you compete with certainty, grifting, promises, even specialists who pander to a target audience with questionable motivations despite them not being teachers or having any form of compassion in mind? How do you compete with that? Right? I can't compete with someone who's fluent in Japanese no matter what I do. Yeah, people try to sell the idea of success. Exactly, James. Like, I can't compete with that. I'm not even fluent in Japanese. I'm not even fluent in Chinese. So, in order to compete, you sell the idea of success. I'm not the idea of success. When someone looks at me and they think, This guy's not fluent in Japanese yet. I can't trust this guy. Like, he would never learn Chinese or Japanese well because he doesn't already speak Japanese and Chinese. That's the mirror. That's what idea of success is. You even look like success. You are success. And that's what sells this stuff. And for the record, the only reason I don't even remotely try to sell ideas is I don't spend a lot of time in success. I spend most of my time developing success. So, like, the moment I feel like I'm in a satisfactory place with something that I'm working on, I move on to the next thing. Like, the moment we hit a milestone that I'm anticipating in HanziHero and Wanikani, we're going to be doing something else. It will still involve Wanikani and HanziHero, but it won't be something that I've been practicing doing for a while. I move on to new things. I don't sell ideas of success because that would cap me. It would mean like I need to sell my success. But why sell my success when I can just, in my opinion, I can demonstrate what it is to become successful. Then I won't be selling the idea, I'll just be showing it. And I think that's the gift that I want to give. At least to one or two people who am interested. Like, what does becoming successful, the process of becoming successful looks like? It looks like me droning on and on about all the intricacies of all the things that I have to do and mistakes that I have to do. That's what I believe is the idea, like, is the process of becoming successful. I'm not selling you an idea that has already happened. I do not know, like, hear me out, this is a really big hot take. I do not even know if I am going to be successful in the way I think other people think I'm going to be successful when I'm doing this. I will know when I'm doing it to the best of my ability where that process will give me. Will I become fluent in from Wanikani and HanziHero? Most people will say no, you can't, because they don't teach speaking and sentences. Like, okay, that's fair. I'm still going to do it to see where it ends up. Like, you still have to do it. It's not like it's optional where like, oh, you don't need vocabulary and you don't need sentences and you don't need context. You just simply need to stick to one thing because the idea of success is it includes all the ideas of success in it. And I'm like, yeah, it also doesn't include any problem-solving skills or critical thinking or synthesizing any of the things that deal with becoming successful. You carbon copied the idea of success, but you have no comprehension of why it's successful in the first place. That's kind of like the rough reality that the internet has kind of painted. All right. Now I'm gonna I'm gonna die. I'm gonna pass out tomorrow. Okay. Oh, I have so many things to talk about. Anyways, we'll try to carve it for today. Lock in. I have 0 of my reviews done today. All right. We got this. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, I know. Wait. Become like, oh, unique. No, what? Pass through weird. What? Or I'm gonna do a little bit of leeway, so we're not gonna try too many times to figure it out. We'll just do as much as I can afford.
渗出，汗水从他的额头渗出。
Okay. How are you doing, James, by the way? Also, I don't know if you observe Christmas, but Merry Christmas, or maybe Merry former Christmas, however you do it, but happy holidays. Happy holidays. How's your reading going? How's your reading going?
灼热
地面非常灼热，
零
I have no idea what that is. Alright, that sounds good.
香皂
这是我最喜欢的香皂。
Okay.
碳
Okay. We're going. That's not it. That's it.
节
Yep. That's not it. Wait, is it?
平
Oh no. Hold.
夺
Or take control. Yeah, take by force. Yeah, that's fine.
攻
Okay. 赔偿
赔偿
我们要求赔偿。
信赖
我很信赖你。
Okay. All right, we're back to here. What happened here? Speak to me. I feel like that's okay. Yeah, I feel like that's okay. Oops.
传奇
我以前听过这个传奇，
So that's like legend or mystery or yeah, okay. Cool.
普
What? Normal is fine. Or ordinary, but normal is fine.
忽
Neglect? Oh, I'm very loose right now. It's good. Ranting helps, man. My mind is very loose.
山脊
他们在山脊上建造了一座小屋。
影
I don't know why that's Ying right now. It just looks like Ying. Okay, hold up. Holy fool.
手枪
他正用手枪指着我。
挂号
我想要挂号看医生。
The heck? Registration? Okay.
针灸
我想试试针灸治疗。
I can't spell acupuncture. I don't want to talk about it.
挟持
他们威胁要挟持驾驶员。
What? Something makes me want to type Xian. Oh, rip. Oh, that's a big rip. Okay. And something makes me want to type. Nope.
发怒，
他因为这件事发怒。
What is that? I think the left thing is something, and I just don't have it anymore. I don't think those are legs and the number 2. Oh. But it could be pedestal and a crown. Something makes me also want to type like... Ugh, okay. Just kidding. I'll read the context sentence next. It's fine.
"学校，
我住在学校附近。
增添，
新的成员为团队增添了力量。
Oh no. Heck!
蓝领，
蓝领工作通常需要体力。
哲学家，
他是一位伟大的哲学家。
Hang on. Page is very... Page is a pretty decent grouping. Oh man, I don't. Oh, what happened here? Oh, the heck? Heck?
少，
Oh no. Oh no. That's not good.
"汗水，
汗水比灵感更重要。
东亚，
中国是东亚的一部分。
Oh, this is like it's not quite what it's supposed to be. Like it's something like in connecting, yeah. Introducing is what I would write. Connecting is okay, but I think introducing is... So we're fine. This is like in 介绍 to connect with people or like to introduce each other.
错误，
那只是一个无意的错误。
YOLO?
账，
Okay. Say what?
烫
YOLO. Okay, that doesn't work. Oh, that's 3. That's supposed to be 3. All right. Does it work now? It doesn't work. Oh no. I immediately wanted to type this, but I'm not so sure anymore. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing. It's fine. That was a typo. I don't think it's is that supposed to be dual? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, save me.
连锁店
那家连锁店很有名，
Oh no, I need some saving. It's a franchise, like a chain restaurant or a chain store. Fine. You know what? Chain's fine. I was projecting into a place, but this is a chain commerce place. Okay, I give up. I'm not. Evening. Is that... Oh, I typed the wrong... okay, that's fine. I don't know what this is. We're gonna have to fix this. It is 1? Oh my goodness! I typed 1. So we're gonna have to fix this. It wasn't the meaning, it was a tone. I missed a tone. Feels bad, man. Oh? Know what this is? Voice recorder, not. Ing. Ingwa, Nan. I thought it was Nandor. Oh wait. Is it Nungdor or Nandor? Nung? Oh.
除夕
除夕是农历年的最后一天，
New Year's Eve? Oh no, wait. It's just New Year's. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. New Year's Eve, yeah. Fine. I've got to type Eve. Fine. Man, I really thought it was. Ooh. 火车，火车尽早出。哦，出国。哦，出轨了。Right? No. Oh yeah, yeah. Derailed.
出轨
I don't know if you're a fur ball or not. Okay. Oh, it's hecking go. Why did I think it's go? Fine, that's a common one.
属
I typed rate. I am. We're gonna.
能够
青蛙能够跳得很高，
It's still like enough skills, so it's like the ability to. Okay. All right. Okay. We gotta be a little bit more flexible today. Otherwise, I'm not gonna make it.
字幕
这部电影有英文字幕，
We gotta be a little bit more flexible. Understand where the moon thing is coming from. Oh boy. It's not that. That's firm. Something makes me want to type. Oh no. That sucks. That really does suck.
晚
This is the page was like complete. Did we use complete? No, it was dollar. That's supposed to be dollar. Okay.
些
Some is fine too. So the moon is throwing me off here. Oh wait. No. Maybe? Oh no. Just kidding. I really thought that was true. Oh no, it's not.
人类
人类应该保护自然环境。
This is gonna bug me so much because of the heckin' moon. Shun. Oh, of course, it's kidney. It's the one that violates everything. Alright. We're gonna have to think about how I'm gonna try to get the... like, Shrek into this somehow. All the other ones have the same elements.
粮食、
粮食是人们生存的基本需求。
丝、白、
What?
敢于、
敢于斗争，敢于胜利。
敢于斗争，敢于受力。Oh wait, dare to. It's kind of like daring-ish. Heck! I meant to hit one. Sure or sure. Oh no! Oh no! I feel like it's sure. Oh, yikes. No, show. I mean, not sure. Show. Show. Huh?
肾、
Shouldn't I would need it next to an organ as a standalone character. Yeah, like, yeah, dare to. Okay. 互联网。
互联网、
在互联网上可以找到各种各样的信息。
飞机、
飞机、
Okay.
松鼠、
这只松鼠有一条大尾巴。
酸甜、
这杯果汁有一种特殊的酸甜味道。
村、
Muda. Right, Muda. Maji. Ay, Masi? Oh, Masi. Whoops. Masi.
说话、
它不常说话。
I want to ding this so badly, but it's not ding. Is it? Ding. Oops.
顶、
Heck. I think this is gonna get pass. Okay, I was thinking of ceiling. Is this ceiling too? Oh no, I added ceiling. Okay, it's fine.
胃、马戏、
Circus.
马戏表演非常精彩。
We're 1/3 the way there. 加油，加油。Heck! Wait. Like... What? Most of that is telling me enemy. I'm thinking of it as enemy, but I don't think that's right. So what else could it be? 'Cause the other stuff doesn't really make sense with it. Ash, ash, Asher to be to being to no 不治 no to being to be to 仪式 no I don't think that's 仪式 I have no idea. I don't have any idea at the moment.
瞪眼，
他瞪眼却不说话。
Or glare. Glare is better. Oh, this has 50-50 there. Changpian? No, Changbian? No. 长篇大论
长篇大论，
他喜欢写长篇大论的文章。
just long-winded or lengthy, it's fine. Ah! Sorry,
瞪，
I typed the wrong.
破碎，
地板上有破碎的玻璃。
Ah! What? Oh man. 全 no, 除 I think it's 除 I'm genuinely a little bit tired now, so
植物，
植物在房间的角落。
trying my best. Oh, quite a bit tired. What? Oh yeah, 夏威夷。
夏威夷，
夏威夷的沙滩非常吸引人。
How can I forget Hawaii, right? I almost did. Ooh, is this like 频道？
频道，
请订阅我的频道。
like my concerns or channel. Okay. Oh no, we're just gonna move along. Ping Dao for channel. I can't that today. Not today. It's fine. I'll be okay with it. Oh no. Like maybe. Oh man, that's a typo. I needed to know. Oh no. Shoot. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Shoot.
书档，
我需要一个新的书档。
Send help.
去年，
我去年这时候在台湾。
Oh no. Oh, 迫害。
取，
Think harder.
酗酒，
他每个周末都酗酒。
蛇，
Wait, I don't. Hold up. Do I know how this channel thing works? It's way, right? Way and then frequency. Yeah. 安全什么安全法？
安全阀，
我们必须更换这个老旧的安全阀。
和，扳机，
这支枪的扳机很灵敏。
No. What is the machine that pulls everything together? Pass. Yeah, trigger. It's fine. I'm not gonna be able to like pull machine. Okay, pull machine trigger. Fine.
沪语，
沪语是上海的方言。
I'm not worried about trigger.
意，时速，
时速包括在内吗？
收养，
收养孤儿。
Ah! Oh, we just got that too. In Hanji. That actually helps. I'm gonna take a jab.
清晰，
这张照片的细节非常清晰。
I don't know what Jingxi is. Oh. Okay.
轮，
Qua.
跨，
What the qua? What the heck is that?
沪剧，
沪剧的唱腔很动听。
六，啃老，
他毕业后一直啃老，没有找工作。
框，
敌视.
敌视，
It is
他试图避
敌视.
免敌视。
I don't understand how that's 敌视. Like just oppose, like hostile. Oh, I was thinking opposing view, which is, I guess, I could see how that's hostility. Just bad. I couldn't phrase it. Anji, just pull a. I think I remember.
迫害，
他们受到宗教迫害。
What's worse than like maybe oppress or persecute? Yeah. Okay. That's not it. 抗刑? No? I am lost. Oh, like flourishing or popular. Okay. 上行
盛行，
正喜还望
狂妄，
他说话的方式非常狂妄。
It is absurd, but it's also other things. Arrogant. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with it. Okay. I can't spell anything anymore.
妄想，
他总是妄想自己是世界的中心。
Okay. Heck! I hit the 1. Typo.
闻，
What the when? Mosquito? Oh my gosh, mosquito.
乒乓球，
你想跟我一起打乒乓球吗？
船舶，
港口里各种船舶来来往往。
Oh no, that's just a ship. Jiao.
芭蕉，
这棵芭蕉长得很快。
丁，荒诞，
那是一个荒诞的想法。
Why are there so many ways to say absurd? I can't spell. Uh, Oh no, I just went for it. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, k. Oh, k.
资，
Right?
泌尿科，
泌尿科是一个医学领域。
龙，
Go, go, go. No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes.
掺杂，
豆子和玉米被掺杂在一起。
Oh, you heckin' G.
鸡，
Uh-oh. No.
沽酒，
他每天晚上都会沽酒。
Heck!
鹅，
Um...
照，
What?
嗓音，
孩子们喜欢听他的嗓音。
Excuse me. Throat. Throat.
阀门，
这个阀门坏了，需要修理。
Alright, we're 66% there. For watercraft, it's fine.
扯，
Oh my gosh, pull. It's not good.
梨，
Not good. Everything's fading. It's going black. What do?
抒情诗，
抒情诗通常以情感为主题。
柳，
What? Oh. What am I looking at? Oh no.
摇
Oh no. Oh no, staircase.
乃至
它的影响遍及全国乃至世界。
这世界 It's like and even up until now. Yeah, it's fine. Up until it's good. Like it's like up until this extent. But
伊甸园
伊甸园是一个传说中的天堂，
Oh.
城从忌口
它因为过敏而忌口，
Or just avoid eating, I suppose. What the? Okay.
和 伊朗
伊朗是一个位于中东的国家，
Oh.
车厢
他们正在清理车厢。
Rail car is fine, or railroad car, but rail car is okay. I'm still gonna say Jiao and oh, right.
狡猾
那个狐狸非常狡猾，
We're getting there. We're getting there.
羊
I still have to do like an extra exercise today because I kind of blazed through my lessons, and that's not good.
衰老
我不想变得衰老。
造
What the Zhao? Avoid certain foods. Okay. What? Wait. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Keep my energy up. Something makes me want to type yin. Dang it. Yi, probably. It looks like Yi. Should have thought about it a little bit longer.
腹部
医生检查了他的腹部，
What the Pengbo?
蓬勃
中国的蓬勃经济。
Oh no, how do I... Oh no, how do I like... You're like just... I guess it's still vigorous to some extent. Okay.
碳渔船
他们正在修理渔船，
燕子，
燕子通常在春天回来。
一，
牧民，
牧民每天放牧羊群。
okay.
街，
Oh no. What? Oh.
圣贤，
No, this one's rough.
横，
Oh my gosh, it's so rough. That's yesterday's roughest. Oh, one of the roughest. There are two rough ones from yesterday. Don't know how long those are gonna stick.
牧场，
我们去牧场骑马。
So far, it's going pretty alright.
经，
That one's sort of rough.
堆叠，
雪花不断的堆叠在屋顶上。
怀，渔民，
渔民在海上工作。
好，盐，
Oh, lane gate. I keep writing land gate. Whoops.
布防，
这个方法不妨试一试。
Huh? Say what? Oh, is it like... No.
蹲，
Oh, Dwin is another weak one. Sure. That might be the second one. There might be one more. Chang Chang. 正常我正常主妇，
称肠主妇，
正常
别吃太多，免得撑场主妇。
like just very full. How do I very full? Overly full. Okay. Or wait. It's fear. And I lost my eyeballs on this one. Oh.
畏惧，
他畏惧站在高处。
Oh. Okay. What? What? Oh, Yi. I typed G. 两 what? 两栖
两栖，
两栖动物对环境变化很敏感。
Baseball amphibious. Okay.
桶
It's not a pipe. Is it a pipe? No. What's another way to say like a big long thing? I just realized what I just said. What's a big long thing? I mean, a pipe is a big long thing. A tube? It's probably a tube. Yes, I know what I said.
也 岳父
岳父今天来拜访我们。
We got 21 to go. I am very tired. I'm trying to keep my sub like kind of animated so it can help me out.
义
What in the world? I don't. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Oh no. I was doing all right, honestly.
侠义
它展现了侠义的真正含义。
湖
Like a tube? Okay. Tube and pipe, I mean.
泊位
他预定了一个船只的泊位。
Oh no. Why? I don't think this is the first time this has happened either. Disappointing. You know, I have no time for this. Why? Oh, yeah, it is. It's not the first time this has happened. We're gonna give a pass for today. I think that mnemonic is pretty good. So what is not correct? The no sign. Oh, no sign is. Okay. What in the world? Oh no. What is that? Oh, I know what it is. I think.
抢劫
我昨晚被抢劫了。
I would say
斩
oh no, it's a small cup. Oh my gosh, small cup.
寻觅
他多年来一直在寻觅真爱。
刚
What the gang? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Show. Show shit.
受血
经过多年的辛劳，他变得瘦削。
挪威
我想去挪威看极光。
I'm like, what the heck is Norway? Norway. Hmm.
平庸
这部
Sorry, my eyes are kind of bugging me a little bit here. Okay.
劫持
飞机在半路被劫持了。
What in the... I'm gonna take a guess.
防
Bang? Oh.
舆论
媒体通常是舆论的主要来源。
义
干酷 what? Chen? What the...
树梢
松鼠跑到树梢上，
Why is there just stone and figure? What? I don't... Where in the world is this stone coming from? Oh, something wide. 我们需要 something 宽这条人那条是不是条？这条人行道。What the stone and fingers? Nah, this one needs help. It was developed, but I couldn't find out if why it's stone. So we do need to figure out why it's stone. Oh, because of it turned into a it develop into a situation with the stone. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at that. That one's kind of concerning. Drawing a blank.
Gu. 拓宽
我们需要拓宽这条人行道。
Or expand. Or widen. How's this working?这种食物含有很高的 That makes sense. I don't know. We're just gonna get a pass here. Okay, Chun. That's Chun, right? Oh, wait. Oh, Dan. Oops, Dan. Gallbladder. Dang it. Hecking gallbladder. Again. I'm okay with this. We're gonna pass on gallbladder for today. Wrong. Wait, wrong. What? No sign. It needs to be corrected. What is that?
Y.
And why was it wrong? Askew. I don't know how to spell askew. I wrote ack, so this one's fine. Danku. Danku.
胆固醇
这种食物含有很高的胆固醇。
I'm just making sure. It's rich, solid gallbladder. I honestly think I can improve on gallbladder though. Not today. Not today, and those are tomorrow's things. It's been a while since I've hit 6 a.m. so it's been a while since I've pushed for 12 hours. We're gonna get a little bit more loose today. Belt. Oh yeah, I need to now. I actually have to recall these because we kind of skipped over them very quickly. Jiao. Zhou. No. Yes. Zhou. No. Jiao. Ian. Was it He or was it Han? I think it might have been He. Ing. Yeah, see, I have no idea why that's Ting. Oh. I have absolutely no idea what that is. I want to say, oh, Jung. Dang it. I didn't think of Jung. Oh no, it's Jung. We're gonna write in our new things as we go. These ones are fine. We had time for these. But does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. Oops. Xiong Yong. Yeah, Xiong Yong. Cui Lu. Xinhua. Yongru. Oh, I can't read that. I think it was something like a something R. How does that work? I can't read you. I can't read that. A doll. Archer. What does that tell me? 北道 Archer. Wait, was that really Bei? Yeah, Bei. Oh no, not Bei. Bei Dao. That makes sense a little bit more now. This is going back the other way. So running in the opposite direction, or walking, or galloping in the opposite direction. So going counter to something. Oh, gee. Roll. Oh no, no. Frog meat. Roll Gui. Li. Is that two? Yeah. Pudding.消息空袭因子坐姿 All right. Alright, so now I actually have to do these because I don't remember these. So, I don't remember what this one is. Oh, it's like he's covering up stuff. Oh, I do remember this. So, James Bond is in the Immaculate Lawn of the English Manor, where oh no, that's not it. This is Steam. I actually have no idea what the mnemonic is for this. I think I completely skipped over it, right? James Bond is in front where he is steaming some English vegetables on the ground. Okay, he gets a bunch of English flowers and throw them onto a burner for fuel, slowly boiling a pot of water, whose water then steams his English vegetables, and James Bond Richard sits on the immaculate lawn. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. I like it. I thought I could remember Jung without it, but... So let's say, so James Bond has an assignment, right? He's entertaining the peeps, so he's... Where's the vegetables coming from? Yeah, well, he's steaming some veggies over the burner, right? And then he's using the flowers, I see, for the peeps. I see water, right? Flowing some water. And I guess kids. Entertaining the kids, right? By steaming some vegetables, I suppose. James Bond. Oh, this is, yeah, the bathroom of the barn. Where he, like, just took care of his assignment. Now he's, like, covering up the evidence. With a net. Or taking, I guess, maybe placing the, I don't know, magic stick, the high-tech stick, and the toxic sunflower into a net. And covering up and making the scene untraceable. What do we have here? We have Bigfoot, who is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. And he's helping clean up, like wash up some latio, or some peppers, and he's asked to then differentiate the stacks of peppers using a second-hand saber, I suppose, a vintage saber. Sorting them out. Okay. Then we have Harry Potter. I think this is in the electricity. No, it's hung. Dang it, hung. It's in the it's in the English Manor, alright. Not close enough. So he's in the English Manor, where he's encountered, like an old English Manor, he encountered a soul, right, that has a belt stuck on it. And this soul is trapped. Trapped permanently until the spell is broken. Harry Potter tries his best with the magic he has. Okay, then we have Timmy Turner. I don't remember anything about this. And I remember, no. Yeah, I don't remember anything about this. Oh, Tiara. Kiosk. It's a kiosk. So, like, Timmy Turner is in the English Manor, where he went to a kiosk He purchased a very expensive, I guess, tiara. In which he trade in, I don't know, some priceless spikes in order to like present the tiara to, or maybe he acquired some priceless spikes and then wished it into a tiara. I don't know why in that order, but to present it to like one of the rich girls in the English manor. And we have Tarzan, who's in the barn. Oh, this is where he's like responsible for trying to clean up the container filled with clay pots. And he's working the hoe again, right? He's trying to rinse them. But having trouble, and he's like spraying water all over the place. That's kind of the same. It's like very similar mnemonics for all the towels. And towel. Alright, so 3 trouble ones for today. One. What was one? It does look like one when I think of it as money, but I wasn't thinking of it as money, so that's kind of a problem. It would give me the read as well, which would tell me what the meaning is. Dang it. So one. Arrogant. Or stubborn. Stubborn. I think about that. Shun. Shun, I saw this coming. Body parts are pretty infamous. Shun. Just kidney. Best I can do is try to differentiate it and tie it with something that has this thing at the top. Tuo. Tuo is... the stone is lost. Tuo. Develop. I gotta think about it from palms, fingers. Gotta think about the fingers. Although I did write it being smashed, I think. Or something like that. So, one. That is the money. The money. Okay. We'll talk about more like... Okay. Walter White is inside the pawn shop. Stubbornly arguing over the missing pages in a book that he purchased with his, with his hard-earned dollar. He refuses stubbornly. He requests stubbornly to refund his money for the incomplete book. Sure. I could link it with a 1. How many 1s do I have? I have play. That's actually a weird one. There's 1 for finish. Do I have any 1 that's where this thing gets chopped off? Nope. It's the only funky one. Alright. It's the only funky one. Alright. Well, we'll give it a pass. Not today. Sheng, we have to... I think I'm... Yeah, he's sitting on a folding stool. It's during the night shift. Is helping Surf with his... who is recovering from his kidney treatments. Good old Shrek is keeping the fella company, offering him stool to rest and chill as he sits in another folding stool, keeping him. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. We can link it up with something. How do we look at how is Surf looking? So I pretty much typed every single combination of this except for Shun. Feels bad, man. I didn't even type Shu actually. Definitely Xian. That's okay. That's the whole shellfish and moon. I knew it couldn't be Jian. Jing. I did type Jing. Dang it. Jing is actually thread and not shellfish. And then I did type, no, actually I did type Shu. I've typed every single variant as Shun. Oh no. So we gotta think about the night, right? The night. Spending the night, guard duty. Okay. Alright. I think I'm okay with what I've written for now. Cool, Tom, where a situation developed, just harassing Tom by throwing rocks while Tom is responsible for maintaining the bathroom. Okay. At one point, slams a stone on Tom's fingers. Yeah, I already have that. Dang it. What are my stones? Let's go look at stones. Yeah, almost all of my stones are not involving. Is there another one? Nope. That is the only Tuo. Or even the only thing that's related to Tuo, Dang. That's rough. Tuo Quan, right? Tuo Quan. Let's just go with it. Give it some time. I do have, I do have to consider the idea that went really long today. Maybe it'll be a little bit. It's a pretty average day. This is pretty average. I think I got a pass on two things. I passed on two things was Dong. Let's write the stuff that I passed on. Right. Dong is gallbladder. Man, it's so hard to imagine Don. The top is kind of weak. I'm gonna say no, that's not right. It's a dagger, right? Dagger, and then dagger, crown, then we have dagger, crown, and then so words with like the legs. Oh no, it's cliff. I forgot the cliff. Oh no, I did it again. I thought it was crown. So gallbladder. There's really not much you can do about different organs at the moment. There's one more. That was a heavy skip. The channels. 2 channels. One channel was 频道. Oh no. I have trouble more with Dao than... Oh no, that's embarrassing. Is it horns for Dao? Yeah, it's horns. Oh, it's fine. Ping, yeah. 频道, which is channel. So frequency and weight, and then it's the other channel. It's both channels that I often not we're passing because it's fine. They're both dolls. That's how you give it, and then it's 全, yeah, 除 dao. Oh no, wait, it's only one channel. It's 频道. I don't think I had 除 dao today. That's fine. Those 5 are good. I passed on one more thing. What is it? Enough thinking for today. Alright folks, that's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. You are more than welcome to yap, contribute ideas, discuss, reflect on things. That's actually really the main purpose of this. Unfortunately, I also have a stamina limit, so I think 12 hours is pretty much my stamina limit. Non-stop 12 hours is pretty rough. I'm not that young anymore. But you're always welcome. We can save and shelve topics. I kind of teased a lot of things today and talked about a lot of main points that I'm kind of working on as we're going. In an unofficial capacity, right? I would love to transfer and translate that into something maybe slightly more official. But I genuinely do believe the hot take here is that I don't want to... I like how James phrased it, that I'm not trying, like, I don't want to sell ideas of success. It would be great if I was able to translate that into something of more of a, work with people to make things happen and then create things with people in order to have those people and myself work with other people to make things happen. So the idea is that I would love the idea in the future. I know I'm selling an idea of success, sort of speaking. The concept is to do things, not to sell something that already is supposed to give you guarantees. It's like there's got to be some interesting way, and I've been working at this for many years now, on finding a balance where the idea is to encourage people to work towards making things happen, and not in the sense that you work towards things because they are either guaranteed to happen or there's certainty in it. That wouldn't be the major driver. It's great to have those things. Like, I could still sell you an idea of success, but that I don't want it to be, and sell is in quotations, like I'm not actually selling anything like for monetary gain in that way. I want to pitch you an idea that can be internalized so that you're doing the thing. You're more motivated to do the thing in the prospect of that idea of success. But ultimately, the main driver is that one wants to do something to see what that success looks like. The curiosity of being successful, like discovering and going on a journey to see what your idea of success that you maybe originally had, for example, like people still like to know where they're going, right? And how that is more transformative and evolving than what you originally set out to do. I think there's so few of that nowadays. Like, I can't tell you how disheartening it is when someone knows that something is really interesting to them, or they claim that it's so interesting to them, and because they don't have enough motivators and drivers of other forms of interest, the idea of success is often the one thing that's keeping them going. And genuinely speaking, in this day and age, things move so quickly, or are expected to move so quickly, that any extended time can divert all that excess time they invested in an idea of success to ultimately not achieve it. And due to that nature of only focusing on that idea, there's often a really terrible, in my opinion, or difficult time for someone to find the reward or the meaningfulness of all the things that they have done despite not reaching that idea of success. Like, I can't tell you, it's going to be very difficult, or I'm going to try anyways. I'm going to very much try to demonstrate that whether one fails or succeeds in achieving the idea of success, or even exceeds the idea of success, consistency improvements in the act of trying to perform the task comes with its own shared rewards. And oftentimes I think that is completely erased or lost in translation, or even, dare I say, immersion is to blame, in my opinion, or a culprit, a major driver in this idea, that there's no reward unless the idea of success is achieved. And despite not even knowing how long that will take, or how it can completely derail you into a different thing, or like during being sold an idea of success would also mean that one would choose to openly ignore any opportunity in that process of achieving that idea. So to me, I think that greatly limits and almost forces one to mentally and ideally think that there's only one way to get there, and one way and one correct way to do that. I'm not a betting person, Like, I haven't gambled too much times in my life, but I didn't, like, in that regards of not gambling, I don't weigh the idea of success on idealism. So if you're willing to think that you're going into something with only one picture in mind, one has to be very sobering, or maybe hubris, for example, to exercise hubris, or you know, sort of to be caution of hubris, that ideal outcome is far less statistically likely. It's still possible, but having open, you know, somewhat of open-mindedness and being able to appreciate the process of doing it anyways, that to me can emergently create even newer ideas that may far transcend the initial idea that you thought about. And I would even go as far as arguing that because of human hindsight, because of human experience, the more you do, the less and less likely that the idea of success that you started with would ever come to pass. Like, it takes an incredibly prideful, lucky, arrogant, narcissistic, and maybe like righteously indignant, or maybe moral grandstanding, or delusions of grandeur, or maybe like actual grandeur, I suppose, to be able to say, you went out, and 7 years later, that same idea of success is the exact thing that you imagine through the time of doing it. There are people who do that, right? And they do achieve that. I don't typically think that those are the people that are successful. Like, what I mean is, I don't particularly think that the vast majority of people who actually manage to achieve the concept of success end up saying, yeah, the initial idea that I had in the get-go turned out to be exactly what I imagined the time is. Like, I already spent a lot of time talking about how I plan things and I'm like staggering things. And I said that 7 years ago, I started this journey. And at this very point, I'm not far away from what I expect, or like things that I have planned, right? I'm not saying that my idea of success is far away from the plans. Is that I did all the things and more that I planned to do, regardless if it was bringing me too close to the idea of success or not. Like, I wanted to do something. I wanted to start creating something. So all the things that I did, my plan was to do those things. So I did them. That is far more consistent than someone's nebulous idea of what success is, because you can't possibly fathom that. You can control, though. You can definitely far more control what you're going to do. And that's commitment, discipline, motivation, grind, what have you. My whole spiel today was kind of trying to find a way in which, how do I get people to be interested in process-oriented rewards? Like, oh, what does it feel like if you can try to encourage yourself to do something 30 times a month instead of finding the one that takes less time more attractive? Like, what is it in it for you if someone told you it takes you 6 months to do this, and then someone else says it takes you 2 months? Is your first thought, oh yeah, I would obviously do the 2 months, because the reward, the results that they promise are the same. Now the question is, are they actually the same? They aren't. They can't possibly be the same, because one takes 6 months and the other one takes 2 months. Oftentimes, the world we live in now, the obvious choice is whoever promises the better idea of success, not what you think you're going to do during those processes. And the real consequence of this, I was applying it to how learning is done. Oftentimes, speed and efficiency is prioritized over longevity and consistency. They don't typically go hand in hand. Speed and efficiency rarely goes hand in hand with diligence and even quality, for that matter, right? So whenever I was describing what does it look like when it comes to learning as a results-based motivator versus learning as a process-oriented mindset, I don't think of how fast I do things. I rely on the idea that the better I do something, that itself will eventually become faster from being better over time. So it still shocks me today, or like I get humbled at how fast people are. So that's great. You're good at being fast. Now, since you have all the speed in the world, is it possible for you to slow down a little bit and take advantage of all the time you're saving to increase the quality of the way you learn? And right now, I think that's one of the biggest things that are facing. The simpler the task. Like, remember that simpler doesn't mean that simpler means it's less complex. Simpler doesn't mean it's easier. Like, when these two things do not correlate with each other when it comes to the subjectivity of learning. Easy and hard. When something is simple, it is not always easy. Like, these don't go together. And complex. Right? But that's how it's being served. It's how being related. When you think of easy, you think of simple. When you think of hard, you think of complex. Oftentimes, learning is what is easy is familiar. What is hard is unfamiliar. What is familiar means you learn less. And oftentimes, it also means it tends to be less engaging. And you want that when you're tired. When you're not wanting to think of complex. It's the opposite of what that says. Like, it's familiar, you're learning less because you're practicing more, right? You're trying to be faster, right? Faster at practicing. Like, that's fair. Like, you wanted to do it quickly, that's all you get. That's what you have. Unfamiliar is learning base. Like, you learn more when it's unfamiliar, but it's hard. And you might think it's more complex because it's not familiar, right? That means this will end up, when you do it, it requires more effort. And effort leads to higher engagement, oftentimes. But this is understood that you have the energy to do so, right? The enthusiasm to do so. So this is like the vicious cycle that I see so often. Like, do you really think that putting in less effort and finding the easiest path to do something would eventually yield more results than doing it and I'm gonna apply it to something else. You might be saying, oh, well, you're comparing apples and oranges, Maku. You're comparing method A with method B. No, I got one better than that. If you compare method A with method A, so if you compare A with these mindsets, so you might be thinking, well, how can A be easy and hard at the same time for the same person? Well, you can imagine the hypothetical nature. If someone is asking, So the method, right? The same method. If you're applying that, oh, this is easy, so it's very familiar, so you don't really have to learn a lot. So it gets a little boring very fast, and you just continue to try to be fast and practice through it. Then it's simple. It's going to be simple. When you think it's hard, as in like there's a lot to learn, even though it's familiar, you have a lot of other things you can add to it, then it becomes more complex and you actually learn more and it's more engaging. Like this in itself can be the independent decider of how you remain active in something. Something that's very disinteresting and simple to someone else can be very hard and engaging for a different person. So even within the same person, if you are going to learn something and you're constantly thinking that the easiest time you have, the less you have to do, is the more you will learn. Within the same mindset, like it, how do I say this? I have anecdotal experience from many years of tutoring, but it's not like the most greatest anecdote because I don't do this professionally, so take it with a grain of salt. But the same person, when introduced the idea of there are many unfamiliar things that they can learn while using the same method, it ultimately ended up making them more enthusiastic, more engaged, and their quality of their learning, despite the method not actually changing that much, can occur. So now this is trying to find an example of isolation of these things. But in reality, it's a combination of all of the things, right? The idea is you want to elicit all of this. But one thing is possible. It is possible to separate someone who used the same method with two different mindsets, and they have two different results. So that's the difference between someone who originally dislikes something and now they like it. Like it correlates with that. So with the interaction with someone, you end up introducing something that they can learn from the method that they didn't want to learn originally because they didn't think they need it, or they didn't think it was interesting. That is where we're coming. Like that's the angle of attack. Yeah, I'm done here now, Java. We're just ending. I'm trying to summarize like one of the ideas. Like, the selling of idea of success is predicated on the idea that whatever they're selling is simple and easy. There is I have a working narrative that the idea that when you sell something as easy and simple comes with a mindset that may create less return on engagements and learning, but more so faster and useful for practicing. So if something is simple and easy, one has to be expecting that they learn less but practice more. When something is hard and complex, it involves learning more in order to make it useful. So that often comes with more engagement. So there's an appropriateness for either mindsets, and it's the balance between the mindset. Like for example, what is easy and convenient in HanziHero? They organize all the characters, they organize all the vocabulary. That means that I'm practicing more, I get quicker, like faster in practicing more. Can I arrange a curriculum in which I can naturally create sentences from this cadence? The answer is no, because I didn't do the organization, right? So technically, if I were to do this manually myself, go through like textbooks, then order all of them, then it would be a harder and complex situation. But I can still be making flashcards while ordering that. It has become more complex. And with that comes skills that you may or may not be interested in. The idea is that learning involves accruing all these skills. So the less you do, the less learning skills you have. Is it worth it? It's up to you, right? If you don't want to improve your learning skills, then constantly look for the easiest, most familiar way you're used to. And know that it comes with a drawback. You are practicing most of the time, you are aiming for efficiency, and it is less and less engaging because you already know how to do it. Right? You're spinning your wheels and you're going as fast as possible, right? You know what to do, it's very familiar. And that is great for practicing. I genuinely don't think that oftentimes interest and willpower is sufficient to keep someone practicing something long enough in the same way over and over again in a familiar way that offsets the requirements of learning a language or even acquiring a language. And in that way, it's a mix of the two. There are things I do each and every day that are now simple because I've done them long enough. And then a lot of the effort that I place in is not the things I practice. That is an oxymoronic thing. Like to think that you're putting more effort into something that you've heavily practiced and are familiar with. You typically have to put more effort into something that's unfamiliar and need to be learned. So oftentimes the quote-unquote idea of success involves both of these. But honestly, when people sell you an idea of success, they're not selling you both. They're not even demonstrating all that much of both. Like, they don't demonstrate why it's simple and easy. They tell you why it's simple and easy. And they rarely ever tell you how to make it hard and complex or make you work harder. The selling point is to sell it as an easy and simple solution, when in my opinion, here's the ironic part, right? The paradox. The easy and simple solution is to challenge yourself to work as hard and complex as possible without sacrificing your motivations for failure. So it's a balancing act. It's actually somewhere in between. So when I hear someone sell you something and say, oh, it's very easy, you know, even stupid people can make this work. Like, I doubt that. The rational person would be like, oh, okay, so we've made a tool and it is constantly putting you at the edge of your difficulty. What does that sound like? It sounds like SRS, doesn't it? However, the way people use SRS is not that. Their expectation is not that. You're trying to, it is supposed to be very hard every single time. Like, what I mean is to be efficient at spacing out how much you are. If your sessions are like, I know this really, really well, I constantly know this, of course it's going to be tedious. It's not forcing you to try harder, right? In itself, balancing ease and complexity end up leading to the most efficient state because you are also trying very hard, because it's hard when you push your limits. The spacing was supposed to adjust to the outer limits of your learning capacity or your memory or what have you. I mean, at the simplest form, SRS can only really test your outward memorization. I took it upon myself to even challenge my encoding. So like anywhere else that I can do outside of, you know, the stretching parts, that's already programmed in. So now I can work on associations, grouping, all the other stuff is still on the table, and I exercise all of those skills. That's what the process is. You don't have to sit there and wait for your ideal success to manifest itself somehow, which honestly, that is incredibly illogical, irrational, and wishful thinking. they don't magically appear with low effort and familiar things. If you're going to acquire a language, you yourself are no longer going to be familiar with yourself. Like, the idea that you think that learning won't change your perspective as you learn, to me, means that you basically expect not to learn anything. Like, are you expecting that if you learn Japanese, in order to learn Japanese, you never have to change? Like, it's so weird. Like, what part of that makes sense? Like, I genuinely have these discussions all the time. Like, someone says, oh, why can't it be just easy like English? Because English is not Japanese. And English is not Chinese. And it's like, but why can't we just pretend like we're the same again and do the same thing? It's because you're not the same anymore. Like, that whole idea of constantly thinking that the simplest way are all the things that you're familiar with is paradoxical. Like, you literally have to learn something new. So the mindset is you have to channel all of the things that you learn new in order to retain them. So when I was playing Wordle today, like, you know, when I describe my Wordle experience, I'm using what I'm learning from Japanese and Chinese to embellish whatever abstract thing that I'm doing, because that means that I'm learning the thing. I'm learning what an initial and a final sound is. I'm applying, despite not like speaking native languages or speaking stuff. I'm not practicing that yet, right? Or I'm not even learning that yet. All the stuff that I'm currently learning, they are being applied. They are being emphasized to be used to enrich all of the things that I practice. If you're not going to use those things, unfortunately, you're pedaling in place. So you're in a constant race, in my opinion, of maintenance that is pseudo. It's a pseudo maintenance because there isn't a level of understanding, in my opinion. There's a lack of understanding. What is it? What does it mean to learn something? It is not memorization. No, like, not just memorization, right? Memorization is part of the process. I misspoke a little. All of the things that people are doing are part of the process of learning. They don't complete it though. There's no follow through on all the process. What is at the end of learning? Comprehension, application, synthesis, maybe if you're really lucky, creation, right? Creation is when you start constructing your own sentences and engaging and leading in conversations, and like in the context of language is to construct and lead a conversation in another language other than your own, like the native language you started in your target language, right? There are people who speak English who still can't do that, in my opinion. Like that whole leading, that idealism, the idea of success is, oh, soon you can hold a conversation in Japanese. My first thought is, can you hold a conversation in your native language? And oftentimes when I ask that, I ask them, how do you hold a conversation in English? They can't describe that. That's a skill they already lack. So there are plenty of things you can work on while still engaging in different methodology. Like, I kid you not, it is very underwhelming. The first question, the ideal success is being sold that somehow when you learn another language, somehow you also gain all the conversational skills and communication skills that you already lack somehow magically. And then the idea of success that they sell is accompanied by a method that doesn't address any of those things. Like, address the lack of motivation, address grinding mentality, how to stay consistent, time management, how to be independent from their product. That's pretty much the big one. All the other skills that this person innately have that they don't really talk about because that person isn't concerned with skills they already have versus the thing they're marketing, right? Like, I'm gonna be really forward about this. If you can't communicate already and have conversations and lead conversations in which you are technically a native speaker of your native language, how can you possibly expect that somehow learning a target language you acquire all those skills in the process if your idea of success is to become fluent in the language? That has very little, in my opinion, to do with conversational skills and communication skills. You can be fluent and you can be well read in Japanese and still be incredibly poor in talking to anyone. Like, it already happens in my native language. You can probably think of many examples, especially online. How does that not compute, right? So I don't want to be too much of a warmonger. The idea, like fearmonger, the idea is elevate your process, right? Try to do more than being hampered by the idea that they're selling. In fact, sometimes it makes the idea that you're buying into more receptive. So like, I've bought a video game before, right? I bought a video game and it didn't meet their ideal of success, but I made something of it. Like, but I found something else. It was better than their idea of success. I made more about it. I talk about the criticisms, the shortcomings, the pros and cons, and then that informs what my next game is going to be. Or it may inform my relationship with the people who make those games. The idea is it became a learning lesson, right? Despite not ever reaching the idea of success that's being sold, you can still be successful. You can also be successful in failure. I think people do not internalize the idea of what it means to learn from your mistakes, quote unquote, mistakes. In fact, sometimes people who learn from their mistakes rarely ever says learn from their mistakes. They learn from doing things and then analyzing them. So rarely are there mistakes, but more opportunities to gain. So I know this sounds a little oxymoronic, but generally speaking, the individuals who truly believe that they learn from their mistakes often do not pay attention to draw attention to the idea that what they're doing is filled with mistakes, but more places and points of improvement. So whenever someone says, oh, what happens when you have a bad habit? I don't. I have habits that are currently in the process of being improved. If you think it's a bad habit, that is your opinion. If it's a habit that's less efficient, I can work on it. I can work on that habit. A bad habit means that this person thinks it's terminal, as in it's an ideal of failure. You are selling ideas of failure as though the failures are locked in place. That's very similar in the reflexive, in the converse of thinking of ideas of success, where success is static. That is very myopic and incredibly not leveraging, in my opinion. That's failing to leverage what humans do best. They are adaptive, right? Unless you choose not to be adaptive. That's your prerogative. Problem solving and critical thinking skills allow humans to be adaptive, right? If you don't have problem solving skills and critical thinking skills, then when you go around and say, I learned from my mistakes, that's a lie, honestly. That's an incredible self-conditioned echo chamber lie to yourself. If you think that you don't have to solve problems and critically think through things, then you also don't learn from your mistakes, in my opinion. It is very difficult for someone to say, oh yeah, I don't think problem solving skills and critical thinking skills are important. Doing things and making mistakes are part of the process. Those are contradictory to each other. How do you expect to learn from your mistakes if you don't have problem solving skills and critical thinking skills? Do you think that somehow you can solve mistakes without those skills? And you might be some might argue, yeah, you can go online and do that. Congratulations, you have found the loop, in my opinion, of what I think it's concerning. Nowadays, when people say they're solving problems and critically thinking through them, they're saying they managed to search for someone's solution and they believe it worked. They didn't solve it to say that they tested it to see if it worked and then, you know, develop ideas about how it worked and measured how it worked. They believe someone's idea of success and fixed the problem through the execution of it. And I'm gonna be another candid response would be sometimes that's enough. Like, I'm not going to tell you, I'm not selling this idea that you'll be happier, like you're guaranteed to be happier if you practice problem solving skills and critical thinking skills. I don't actually know. I can tell you anecdotally speaking that it feels great for me personally. I can't gaslight someone or manipulate someone to believe that. Alternatively, if you're going, you know, you're bumping and you're being sad about it, like you're being a little angry that whatever you get sold, it doesn't come true, then welcome to the world of lacking problem solving skills and critical thinking skills. Like, if you think that's hurting your mentality or hurting your lifestyle, one can encourage one to say, well, maybe the solution is learning how all of those things didn't work, right? And that's like a waste of time for a lot of people. And my thought is, it's a waste of time if it keeps working. It immediately becomes not a waste of time when something stops working, because then you no longer have a solution that you don't have to think through. So, and one of the usual examples that I give as a final example is all your life issues. Life will throw you a very wonderful challenge, you know, in and out. And sometimes some problem solving skills and critical thinking skills can go a long way to not having to feel like there are no answers, right? Anyways, so for that, that's where I wanted to generalize the central core of what I was saying today. This is not going to happen all the time. I'm going to try to keep it easy tomorrow. At the end of the year, I do most of this. I don't know how, as a holiday wish, right? Merry Christmas to everyone who observes around the world. This is near the end of the year, during holidays and whatnot. I tend to reflect on all the ideas that have accumulated over the years, and maybe now specifically this recent year, right? So I get a little bit more yappier or more willing to yap a lot more. Don't know how other people do this. I do this in as healthy of a way as I can. It gives me accountability for synthesizing everything that I've learned this year. I did the same thing last year. It led to like 13-hour, 14-hour ramblings. You can agree or disagree or what have you. Know that the point of doing this, in my opinion, is to demonstrate what it looks like, or what I do that I consider as a point of process, right? If you're sitting in the corner and saying, no, I'll just have someone else tell me how I feel and tell me what to do and keep me entertained without me deciding if it's entertaining to begin with, that is your prerogative, right? Otherwise, I would be really interested to see, and you're more than welcome, right? You're always welcome to come on by and yap and share your thoughts on how do you self-reflect? How do you improve your problem-solving skills, critical thinking skills? Are you solving your problems right now? And it's great to discuss it. Like, sometimes I don't even have to say anything. Honestly, one of the most rewarding aspects is watching and hearing someone solve their problems as they're explaining it to me. Like, it gets to a point where I legitimately sit there and I'm like, okay, and then what? Like, tell me more. Tell me more about this problem of yours. Oh, I see. So what are you going to do about it? Like, rarely do I have to say anything. I genuinely think that as a human being who thinks and synthesize, like, have information with the proper encouragement, it's incredibly transformative. It's a shame that the unintended consequences of this hyper-realized world of results-based oriented things have sidelined what I feel is one of the most magical abilities that humans have. Humans build things. They don't build things perfectly. They build things in order to improve upon them, because there's quote unquote always room for improvement. And that is one of the natural states that humans are. Like, they don't think of achieving perfection in the sense of being able to do it, in my opinion, but more like when you get it, there is more perfect than that. They're always constantly moving forward, escalating and striving for more. It's very hard to conceptualize that. Why would you do something if you know you can't do it? Well, that's not quite it, right? You do it because you know when you get there, you can do more than that. That's why it's kind of humorous to say, what's the point if you can never get good enough? The point is doing it, because by the time you get good enough, you will still feel like you can get better. And also, it still probably wouldn't be good enough. So, that is the motivation for life. Right? So, Merry Christmas, everyone. To those who observe, Happy Holidays to everyone else. Yeah, I'll be back again to do this all over again. But enjoy Christmas if I don't see you. Happy Holidays. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time. Bye bye.